Good morning from Washington. And indeed, it is a gorgeous morning here in DC. And good afternoon to our audiences all across Europe. I'm Damon Wilson, Executive Vice President at the Atlantic Council. And I'm joined in our studio with Denise Forshuber, my colleague who serves as the Associate Director and Manager of Advisory Councils at our Europe Center. So thank you for tuning in for the third and final day of the EU-U.S. Future Forum. We are delighted at the Atlantic Council to be partnering with the European Union delegation to the United States. And I just want to give a shout out to that terrific team.
Thank you, Damon. We're delighted to welcome you all as we kick off our third day of the forum. We've designed the program to be a unique convening of leaders and stakeholders in dialogue, developing a new transatlantic agenda and harnessing momentum for EU-U.S. cooperation. If you're just joining us, day one of the forum celebrated the 70 years of partnership that brought us to today, the building blocks of shared history, shared values, and shared strategic interests underpinning the transatlantic relationship. But we also focused on the future as digital technologies transform our politics, economies, and societies.
So on day two, we dove deep into what the European Union and the United States can do together to emerge from the COVID-19 crisis to recovery, from economic resilience and trade to the green transition, energy, and climate change. We were honored to welcome extraordinary leaders, experts, business executives from both sides of the Atlantic to explore the facets of the transatlantic relationship through creative and engaging formats. So today we look forward to doing the same as we dream big. That's our theme today, as we dream big about the future of the EU-U.S. relationship. What can we achieve when we act together in the world?
As we look forward to a post-COVID-19 world, we carry the lessons we're still learning from the pandemic with us. The past year and a half has been a wake-up call in many ways. The resilience of our societies and systems that we had taken for granted were put under strain. But we've also seen the incredible innovations and creative problem solving that we can develop as a transatlantic and international community. Today, we explore how to carry that innovative and proactive spirit forward into a new era of transatlantic cooperation.
So in December of last year, the European Commission and the EU High Representative released a new EU-U.S. agenda for global change. It was a bold move, and frankly, it was a bold offer of partnership that exceeded my own expectations. And in turn, the Biden administration has made clear that the United States is committed to working with allies and partners across the Atlantic as a top priority. And in fact, next month, we will witness a transatlantic trifecta of summits with the EU-U.S. Summit, the G7, and the NATO Summit back-to-back in a series of first in-person gatherings of transatlantic leaders under the new administration. The United States has signaled loud and clear that the European Union is a valued partner and a priority for American foreign policy, but especially as we develop strategies together for renewal and recovery.
Today at the EU-U.S. Future Forum, we'll build on this momentum, dreaming big for the transatlantic community. What can we achieve when we act together in the world? We'll spend the day exploring opportunities for recovery across our economies and societies. We'll consider how we create an inclusive transatlantic agenda that takes the lessons learned from the pandemic to heart. We'll have a wide-ranging series of dialogues, spotlights, and in-depth conversations that cover the many facets of foreign policy coordination between the EU and the US, all with an eye on the future of the transatlantic community.
So a quick reminder for all of you, but before we dive into the agenda, you can still register for the forum online. You can download our event app at atlanticcouncil.org. You'll find the full run of show for today, as well as the conversations and spotlights from the first 2 days of the forum. You can also submit your questions there. You can take our poll on what you think is the top priority for transatlantic cooperation and receive notifications and updates throughout the day. So get engaged, share your thoughts, join the conversation on social media using the hashtag EUFF2021. And now we're going to turn it into our first topic, rebuilding transatlantic economic cooperation for global recovery. And I am delighted to hand it over shortly to our moderator, Dr. Alexis Crow, who is a senior fellow with the Council's Geoeconomic Center and the lead of geopolitical investing at PwC. Alexis, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Welcome, over to you.
Thanks so much, Damon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. It's such an honor and privilege to be with you all today and to join you on this virtual panel. Obviously, we have the social summit happening virtually in Porto, and I think it is a historic moment in terms of the potential for cooperation across the Atlantic, for which our wonderful Atlantic Council is founded. So thank you all for joining our distinguished panel today. We have today the insights from His Excellency, Senor Ambassador Fezas Vital, from Senator Chris Van Hollen, and from Daniel Ahn. So we've got an action-packed 30 minutes to be able to cover the entire transatlantic economy and various national responses. So firstly, I'd love to hear from the Ambassador and the Senator. In the World Economic Outlook that the IMF has recently just put out, through various calculations, the IMF has estimated that the contraction that we would have faced on a global basis would have been 3 times as deep had we not had the extraordinary monetary and fiscal stimulus that were thrown at the problem. And truly, for those of us who were around for the last crisis, the lessons learned were that nothing is too big to fail. So I want to start with Senor Ambassador. What are some of the hallmark tenets of the economic and relief packages that we've seen, both from an EU, Eurozone basis, as well as from Portugal?
Alexis, thank you very much. Let me start by compliment the Atlantic Council and the EU delegation for this very timely initiative, and all my colleagues in the panel. I think that lessons learned is the key word. Much of what we've approved at the European level is determined by lessons learned from the financial and economic crisis in 2008 and 2009. And so I would say that the 3 main concerns were, first of all, to keep jobs, keep people working, learning from the political consequences of what we did in 2008, 2009, keep our corporate sector alive, and to use this opportunity to start preparing for what we see is the inevitable pattern of the new economic paradigm in the future. And I'm talking about the green and the digital transitions. And so I would say that this translated into a very significant, a very sizable financial package that includes not only a new budget for the European Union, but a special package to ensure that this transition, this digital and green transition, is as smooth as possible. It comes together, of course, with some requirements that all member states will have to fulfill to make sure that they accede to these amounts and to this package. And so I'm talking about the national resilience and recovery national plans. If you add up all these financial packages and instruments, we would reach a total amount of more than $8 trillion in financial packages and instruments that have been approved, and we hope to see on the ground in the very near future.
Thank you, obrigada. Senator Van Hollen, you've been on a roller coaster of a ride as we had successive bipartisan gridlock to get things done in 2020, and now this historic $1.9 trillion package. What are some of the key things that jump out at you that have been lasting hallmarks that we might look back in terms of economic history and say this really did jumpstart the U.S. economic recovery?
Well, Dr. Crow, it's great to be with you. Great to be with Ambassador Vital and Dr. Ahn. And thank you to the Atlantic Council and the EU for bringing us together. And as you indicated, we have learned, I think, from our past. We did it on a bipartisan basis initially. About a year ago, we passed the CARES Act, which was about a $1.7 trillion package. In December, then we passed another $900 million package. But a lot of us and President Biden believe that again, looking to what happened after the financial crisis in 2007, 2008, we really needed that extra boost. And that was the American Rescue Plan. And all told, just on the fiscal side, setting aside the Federal Reserve's action, which were also very significant, on the fiscal side, we've invested $5.6 trillion in the recovery. I should also point out that Secretary Yellen has moved forward with special drawing rights at the IMF, because we do believe that it's important to try to boost the global economy, $650 billion, which the previous administration had refused to extend. And of course, beating the pandemic on a global basis is going to be important. So the United States has now committed $4 billion to COVAX, the first $2 billion being made available. We want others to step up. The EU has been stepping up, and so have others. So those are all important things. In terms of the lasting impact, look, the most important thing is that we're getting the economy, we're beating the pandemic. We have provided relief to people who have been hardest hit, from small businesses to workers. And the latest American Rescue Plan really, I think, will give the economy a boost. We saw in March 916,000 jobs created, and unemployment at 6%. Any moment now, we expect to see the numbers from the last month, but things are looking up. But we have to remain focused as a world in the EU and the United States on beating this pandemic going forward. In terms of lasting impact, the bills passed today are primarily focused on relief, although I will say that there are some important long-term capital investments in the area of high-speed internet, broadband. Local jurisdictions have gotten significant funds for water and sewer modernization. And as you know, and we can talk about it later if you want, President Biden has put two major initiatives on the table, the American Jobs Plan and the American Families Plan, which are more focused on that long-term structural changes, both on infrastructure as well as on the human capital side. So a lot of activity, and we do look forward to coordinating as much as possible with our European partners.
Thank you so much, Senator. I think something critical that jumped out at me as well was just, making childcare affordable, and the extent to which, the IMF also highlights the fact that working women have really been left behind in this crisis. So I think that's something really tangible that comes out from relief to recovery. I'm going to turn to Dr. Ahn, because there's a lot of debate about overheating. And obviously this is the topic du jour amongst econ nerds like ourselves, and I'm including you in that. Is there risk of overheating? Senator mentioned Secretary Yellen, and obviously there have been some comments this week about rates. What's your outlook for inflation in the US and potentially also the Eurozone?
Well, thank you, Alexis, for the great question. And first of all, thank you to you and to the Atlantic Council for inviting me on such a fantastic panel, and real pleasure to be here alongside my distinguished co-panelists. Indeed, we are in the middle of the great overheating debate, as we're calling it. And in many ways, it is a testament to the success of fiscal authorities in supporting aggregate demand and supporting incomes and really trying to rescue the economy. Senator Van Hollen already mentioned all of the fiscal support. Just to put that in a bit of context, since the beginning of the pandemic, the US federal government has spent over 25% of GDP on COVID-related fiscal relief. That's more spending in about 1 year than in all 4 years of World War II combined. So that is a really fantastic and very robust support. So in some ways, it is no surprise that American aggregate demand has roared back, and we are seeing massive strength in across the board in retail sales, in ISM kind of manufacturing and services. Now is where the rubber hits the road, and where supply needs to come to catch up to meet all of this demand. And while we're in this period of excess demand over supply, inflation naturally kind of emerges, and we're seeing that through price pressures in the system. And this is why I think, therefore, it's so important that the Senator and His Excellency and authorities around the world are now moving toward trying to address the supply side through public investment and things to allow for a more robust and productive kind of recovery of suppliers and companies to meet all of this robust demand and help bring some of these price pressures under control in a way that precludes the need for a more disorderly kind of intervention by central banks.
Thank you, Dr. And I also have a question around financial vulnerability. We're still very much in the relief status. We still remain in the teeth of the pandemic in many countries. What are some potential financial vulnerabilities lurking beneath the system? The ambassador mentioned keeping the corporate sector alive. There's a lot of talk about zombie companies within the Eurozone. Here in the US, obviously the Fed giving warnings about hidden leverage. What's popping up for you? Right.
As usual, generals can only fight the last war, although they try to think hard about the next one. Certainly in terms of a number of kind of macro sort of economic leverage signals, there are some warning lights here and there, but overall, I think the Fed is pretty confident that at least the banking system overall, which plays such a role in not just the severity, but also duration of the Great Recession, is now in much healthier shape. Nevertheless, I'm kind of worried when I see things like Dogecoin, which started off as a bit of a thought exercise, is kind of going out of control. This is, I think, part and parcel of a period where central banks have been struggling to actually get inflation to be back on a sustainable path. In doing so, and in maintaining such accommodative financial conditions for so long, you naturally see kind of speculative assets kind of appreciate in the search for yield. So I hope, it's my hope, that as the economy kind of continues to propel onward with supply recovering and productive capacity repairing, and not just everyone going out to spend their stimulus checks, that yield will indeed come back in a productive way. Investors, companies, all that can find new opportunities for real return investment and not having to be searching for the next kind of tulip bulb type speculative investment to deliver the yields and returns that they need for future wealth creation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So turning to the geopolitical landscape, we often have these discussions about transatlantic relations across the Atlantic. And of course, we're increasingly thinking about across the Pacific. As the EU and the US start to engage on China, and I think clearly we're seeing much more cooperation, what are some of the potential cohesion points? What are some of the potential diverging or points of contention that would disrupt cohesion at a Eurozone, US level, as well as bilateral? Senor Ambassador, I will turn to you first on EU-China.
Thanks very much, Alexis. I think that's a very good question, but let's not focus on China only. I think that what is at stake is the level of cooperation between the two sides of the Atlantic, to be frank. I believe that you can see two levels here. Our cooperation in multilateral fora, and that means talking about China at that level as well. So if you talk about the WTO reform, or what to do at the OECD level, for instance, of course, you're talking about the future of our relationship, not only between ourselves, between the two sides of the Atlantic, but also in our relation with third parties. And I will come back to this. And the second one is the bilateral cooperation stricto sensu. And I would say that as part of the proposal submitted by the European Union to the United States, One of them is the setting up of a council, a trade and technology council. And we believe that this is our main priority. This should be our main priority here. As we all know, things have improved quite substantially recently in our bilateral relations. I would say the mood, but not only the mood. We've already taken some very significant measures on both sides of the Atlantic. Let's just think about the suspension of the tariffs within the framework of the Airbus-Boeing dispute. But we still have some irritants there, some pending issues that we have to address. And so we believe that it's very important that we set up this council to discuss not only these pending issues, but also the relations between the two blocs with third countries and parties and regions, including China. And as I said, let me come back to this because I think there is a very important element that I do not see that much mentioned, which is what's going on between the European Union as such and third countries and regions, and what the United States has been doing on his side, on its side, with third countries and regions. You see news on summits with the Quad members, for instance, the United States and Quad members in the Indo-Pacific region. You see the European Union talking to the Mercosur, to Mexico, to Africa, to even some countries in Asia, negotiating trade agreements. I think that this trade and technology council should also serve as a forum to discuss what we are doing with third countries and regions to make sure that what we decide and agree with these third countries and regions do not come to hamper the bilateral relationship and cooperation. We should not be confronted, from the US side or the European side, with the other side having agreed something with a third country or region that at the end of the day will make our bilateral relationship more difficult. So I would say that this is where the challenge lies, and everything points to the importance of setting up this council as soon as possible.
Muito obrigada. Senator Van Hollen, what about US-China as a point of cohesion, cooperation between the EU and the US?
Well, I agree with the ambassador that the first step is to set up this kind of council on trade and technology and the whole range of issues that we're confronting. When it comes to the challenge of China, I see this in sort of three parts. One is that we've got to do better at home, both the United States and the EU, in terms of making those cutting edge investments. I mean, China has, of course, it's made in China 2025 plan. In many ways, they're copying a successful model that we pursued in the United States and Europe for years when it came to investing in key technologies that led to semiconductors, led to the internet. So you do have bipartisan support right now in the Congress. I hope it will continue on a major investment initiative in things like AI, quantum computing, clean technologies, the whole range of sort of current and next generation technologies. I teamed up with a Republican to direct the National Academies of Sciences and Engineering to do every 2 years a report, so we can begin to really focus on the gaps. I think the gap in 5G was a lesson. It just was negligence, in my view, that the United States and Europe did not have more options available there, and China sought to fill the gap. So we have to invest at home, and that includes in education and other fundamental issues. I do think we need to cooperate when it comes to technology transfer. We have, of course, the CFIUS process in the United States. Europe is working on, has a similar structure. I think we need to better coordinate all of that. When it comes to key and strategic technologies like 5G, I do think we need to better coordinate in terms of setting standards. We all know that, China is able to use concentrated centralized government power to, try to make investments around the world and then use that leverage to, push countries around. And we've seen in Australia, for example, the leverage that China's tried to use to prevent Australia from criticizing China's actions in Hong Kong and elsewhere. So for those countries like the EU and the United States who believe in the rule of law, who believe in open societies, who believe in democracy, we really do need to work together. And finally, as the ambassador said, I think we should look at regions. I just returned from Sudan yesterday morning, and the United States is going to be working to try to encourage and support this transition from dictatorship to democracy. And they have the Paris conference coming up soon. So I do believe that when it comes to countering things like the Belt and Road Initiative, we can also work together to better coordinate some of our international assistance and investment efforts. So lots of room for working together here to meet that challenge.
Thank you so much, Senator. Daniel, I'd like to turn to you on the outlook for taxation. Obviously, there's a lot of debate about fiscal sustainability, how we're going to pay for all these bumper stimulus packages. And now we've had Secretary Yellen at the IMF meetings talking about, a global minimum tax, preventing a race to the bottom. Some within the OECD have spoken about this being a potential, bone of contention for some of the lower tax jurisdictions in Europe. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think this is actually achievable and sustainable? And what would be the impact in EU-U.S. relations?
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question, Alexis, and something that I'm very much wondering and hopeful myself. I look back to the very first lecture, day one of Public Finance 101, as taught by my old advisor, the late Professor Marty Feldstein of Harvard. And he said that good tax systems are simple, they're efficient, and they're fair. Currently, I think, both domestically within the U.S., but especially in the international kind of multilateral sort of sense, we are somewhat far away from that goal. And I think that this sort of initiative to try and harmonize and fill various loopholes in the multinational tax scheme is one that is long awaited and very much necessary. With all, not while accepting all the hard work of my former colleagues at the State Department and also the Treasury Department, et cetera, I have great confidence in their skills. We all know just how challenging multilateral negotiations can be, especially one when there's also domestic political negotiations, as the Senator I'm sure can attest. So it's a kind of multi-dimensional board game of chess here where international discussions are kind of proceeding simultaneously with domestic sort of political negotiations. It is a very complicated system. I hope that a kind of grand resolution and grand bargain can indeed happen. But we should also be realistic about the challenges of all of this.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're coming to the end of time. I'm going to turn to each of you for 90 seconds to share what would be your top priority policies for EU-U.S. cooperation. So obviously we've covered digital quite deeply. Senor Ambassador, over to you first, top priorities.
I would say that the top priority is to solve the pending issues. I think that we cannot build the future without sorting out what's on the table now.
Okay, wonderful. Senator Van Hollen?
Well, I do agree that we should establish this council to have much more intense coordination. Look, as Dr. Ahn said, we all know the challenges and it will require political will to overcome those challenges. I'm glad you asked the question about trying to harmonize our sort of corporate taxes, as you know, the Biden administration has proposed a minimum 21% corporate tax. I do believe if we're going to tackle the issues of income and wealth inequality and really make the investments necessary in our countries and regions, we do need to better harmonize, because we all know capital can just flow, you know, jump from one place to another. The sooner we can get on the same page on some of these things, the better. Otherwise, there will be a race to the bottom. People will look for tax havens, and it will just make all of our jobs much harder when it comes to addressing these fundamental questions. And finally, I do think that the China challenge is real. Again, I think we need to focus on better coordination and getting our own act together, but also coordinate in the ways we've talked about going forward.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Senator. Dr. Ahn.
Yes, of course, there's a whole battery, I'm sure, of issues that everything is a priority. But I'll mention one thing which is near and dear to my heart, which is better public-private partnerships on sanctions implementation. There's a lot of concern about, the rise of the digital renminbi and how this can, erode the resilience of the U.S. dollar as reserve currency of choice. Actually, in some ways, that's a large misconception. It's not the U.S. dollar's dominance per se, but rather the competitiveness of Western, so both U.S. and EU financial services as the key driver of the potency of economic sanctions. In a shameless plug to some findings from my recent research paper, The Sword and the Shield. So it is more essential than ever that to maintain that potency and to maintain that competitiveness, that the US and the EU work together, not just at the government level, but also with the private companies that are actually doing the hard work of implementing the sanctions to maintain that competitiveness and ensure that sanctions remains a key sort of and potent tool in the arsenal of economic statecraft on both sides of the Atlantic.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We look forward to reading your paper. And I think just as we wrap up here, we are on this eve of the social summit in Portugal. And what I would say from my vantage point is the overwhelming extent to which social policies in Europe have actually informed some of the fiscal packages that we've had here. And really thinking about improving that social safety net that the Senator mentioned to be able to capture those that have been left behind in this truly K-shaped recovery. I think that's critical as we continue to engage and thinking about building back better in digital, those left behind in digital, and also the new green economic recovery. So I want to thank our extremely distinguished panel, Senor Ambassador, Senator, and Dr. Ahn for joining us today and wishing you all a fantastic rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
Hello, and welcome to the EU-U.S. Future Forum session. I'm Rachel Rizzo, Director of Programs at the Truman Center for National Policy and an adjunct fellow with the Center for a New American Security. I am so honored to host three incredible panelists with us today for a conversation on rebuilding multilateral cooperation for a global recovery post-COVID-19. Today, we have with us Dr. Manuel Muniz, Secretary of State for Global Spain, Dr. Chrysula Zacharopoulou, Member of the European Parliament and Co-Chair of the COVAX Shareholders Council, and Dr. Thomas Wright, Director of the Center on the United States and Europe at the Brookings Institution. For all of our audience out there, please follow our conversation on Twitter at EUFF2021, hashtag EUFF2021, and please send in questions and we'll get to them towards the end of our conversation. So to get started, today, over a year after COVID-19 changed the world as we know it, many countries are still in the throes of this global pandemic. The United States is on its way to being fully vaccinated, and Europe, after a rocky few months, is now on its way as well. However, nations like India and Brazil have experienced huge COVID surges recently, and only 2% of India is vaccinated at the moment. which brings to bear questions about what a truly global recovery actually looks like and vaccine inequities and how we move forward together in an equitable manner, what multilateralism looks like and means as we move beyond COVID-19. So I'd like to jump right into the conversation and go to you, Chrysula. You're the new co-chair of the COVAX Council, and the aim of COVAX is to accelerate the development and manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and to guarantee fair and equitable access for every country in the world. How can initiatives like COVAX assist in global recovery efforts? And is there an opportunity for greater US and European collaboration on these initiatives?
Yes, thank you, Rachel. And yes, since the beginning of this pandemic, the European Union, together with the WHO, has led the global response to the health crisis, creating the ACTA mechanism. One of the vaccine pillar of this ACTA mechanism is called COVAX, and is exactly what you said, that can permit to everybody all around the world to have access to the vaccine. And so if I can say on solidarity, on vaccine solidarity and the vaccine openness, yes, Europe is working the work. And it was very important because at that time, European Union was alone. The United States didn't participate in this. They were out from WHO. So I can say that it was a difficult moment, but we led. So today, we have a new administration with the President Biden, and we were very happy that we can work together. And how we can work together? First of all, the USA has promised and has announced $4 billion for the COVAX and for the ACTA facility, and I'm very, very happy. European Union has given 2.4 billion of euros. And today, as you said something very important, that USA is almost vaccinated, but USA until now didn't export vaccines. European Union is one of the most important producers, exporter, and try to increase the manufacturing capacity. 2 days ago, President von der Leyen announced that European Union export until now 200 million doses. And what means this? That we produced 200 billion doses for the European citizens and 200 billion of doses for the rest of the world. This is something that, of course, it is an example that also United States has to follow, because the India, who was a very important producer of vaccine, because of the situation, the sanitary situation is blocked. So now we need more than ever that USA and Europe take the lead. And President Macron, during the G7, proposed to the countries to set up a dose sharing mechanism. And France is the first country who share doses, and the other European countries started to share doses. So what we need now to strengthen our multilateralism, and what we call, if I can call, as you said, like co-president of the Shareholder Council of COVAX, please share doses now. We need the United States. We need the 60 million of doses that President Biden promised. Please give this 60 million of doses and through the COVAX mechanism.
Thank you so much, Crisula. I think you made a really excellent point about U.S. exporting vaccines, and I know that there's been some tension there, and I think that that shows that this recovery is not going to be easy. There are going to be some bumps in the road. So with that, Manuel, I'd like to come to you next. I think I'd like to ask you, what are some of the biggest challenges to successful multilateral cooperation on COVID-19 recovery are we going to see, especially regarding the transatlantic relationship? And what do you think is the best way or some of the best ways to navigate these difficulties?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Rachel, and thank you to the Atlantic Council. I'm very happy to be with you all today. First of all, just a quick observation as to how things are seen from this side of the Atlantic when it comes to multilateralism and to the incoming U.S. administration, because the signals coming out of Washington, I think, are very clear in terms of the support for the multilateral architecture and governance. So, since coming to office, the U.S. administration has rejoined the Paris Accord on the fight against climate change, has rejoined the WHO, has unblocked the nomination of the Director General of the World Trade Organization, has re-engaged the dialogue at the OECD on the global taxation of corporations and digital activities, has expressed an interest in exploring the possibility of rejoining the JCPOA with Iran. We have agreed bilaterally, the US and the EU, to freeze the tariffs that were a product of the Airbus Boeing. I mean, it's 12 billion worth, in tariffs, and that's very important, in particular for Spain, but across the Atlantic. So, I mean, it's a long list. The messages coming out regarding the EU and NATO are very different. So that's already very promising, because I think it's very difficult to speak of multilateral governance if the US is not very actively engaged in that governance, or it's definitely harder if the US is not at the table. Now, when it comes to COVID and challenges, I'm going to be very schematic and quick because we don't have a lot of time, but I would say that on the health dimension, there's an entire area where we need to work together, which is on revamping the global health governance architecture. So we need a stronger WHO. I was speaking to an epidemiologist, a colleague of mine, and he told me the other day something I didn't know, which is epidemiology is not the science of epidemics, it's the science of health data. So we need to have much smarter health data information systems around the world, and early signaling systems, an exchange of information that we didn't have at the beginning of this crisis. I know there's work on an emerging treaty on the management of pandemics, and I think this will be a part of that. But there are other considerations about supply chain resilience and others that are linked to the management of the pandemic. I think on the health side, the vaccines is a key topic. There's a summit in Porto in Portugal as we speak with European leaders, where this is going to be central. We have the Biden announcement on the waiver of IP rights on COVID-19 vaccines, but there are other initiatives on the table that are going to be, if not as important, definitely very important to this, that have to do with the exchange of know-how and with the facilitation of trade of both inputs to production, but also vaccines that Chris was mentioning before. The second area where I think governance could be improved is on mobility. And I know this might sound very specific and narrow, but it's in fact key and central. One of the ways in which this health crisis has hit our economy, possibly the main way in which it has, is through impinging or limiting mobility. So if the 08, 09, 07, 08 crisis had its contact point in the financial sector, this crisis has its contact point in the mobility economy and the proximity economy. This is not great news for Spain, as you might have guessed, because we are a huge beneficiary of international mobility, not just tourism, but many other types. So unless we deal with this effectively, the crisis will be more severe. And since the beginning, there is no single global institution with a mandate to regulate international mobility. You have the WHO somewhere, you have ICAO on civil aviation somewhere else, you have the World Tourism Organization on something else. So it's been very difficult for us to coordinate on this. And we've launched an initiative that we, by we, I mean the Spanish government, to try to get everybody around the table. And in fact, we're very close to arriving at an agreement. It will be announced, it will be presented at the end of May during the ministerial meeting of the OECD to try to come up with a common framework for requirements for mobility, because if not, the whole edifice sort of collapses. And in Europe, we're building a green digital certificate for mobility, which will be very important. Final point, the third would be on the economics and the response. I don't think this is, strictly speaking, multilateral. I think it's an international space for collaboration and cooperation. But I think it's very significant that we've all come out with very aggressive monetary policies and very aggressive fiscal and economic policies. And what, again, the sounds coming out of Washington, if the Biden administration manages to get through what would then be 3 economic stimulus packages, the 1.9 trillion one on sustaining activity, and then the families and infrastructure plans, I mean, that's an injection of funding and investment and expenditure with very, very few precedents. And that, coordinated with European action, I think can really jolt the global economy back into growth in the early fall. So I think in that space, I think we should keep well coordinated and connected. And there are opportunities for our businesses across the Atlantic. So I would argue that those 3 areas, health, mobility, and just a general economic recovery, are key areas for collaboration.
Thank you so much. That was excellent. Tom, I'm going to come over to you. You've written a lot about great powers like Russia and China and the West's relationship with those states. And so I want to get your thoughts on this. What are the role of states like China and Russia in the global COVID-19 recovery? And how do you think their response to COVID-19 will change the West's relationship with these states going forward? And do you think it will? What does that look like?
Yeah, thank you, Rachel, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for this terrific event and for inviting me. So I'll get to that in 1 second, because I think it's a really important question, but I just wanted to just add on what my 2 sort of co-panelists just said. I mean, I think it's important, as they have observed, that to note, Rachel, as you observed in your intro, we are still very much in the midst of this pandemic. That the last couple of weeks globally have been the worst weeks of the pandemic throughout its entire period in terms of case numbers and fatalities. I think in the last 2 weeks in April, it's the same number of cases globally as in the first 6 months of the pandemic through to the summer of 2020. So I think it's easy to sort of forget that in the United States, where things are sort of getting better. But as you pointed out, what's happening in South America and India, I think, is a real reminder that we are not in a post-pandemic world, and we were not close, I think, to being in a post-pandemic world. And this virus is endemic now to our societies, and we're going to be dealing with it for some time. And I think we are behind. I think while I welcome what the Biden administration has done, I think the United States, the EU, and other major powers are behind in their multilateral efforts. And I think some people thought, we could wait, do the domestic piece first, come to this later. And what India shows is that we can't actually wait. And I think there's, the numbers that Chris is talking about are very welcome in terms of COVAX, the $4 billion allocated by the US last December, the money from the EU, but this is still very, very small sums. If you think about 2 billion, 4 billion, the IMF estimates the cost of this pandemic is $26 trillion. And we're, sort of not the panelists, but, as a world, we're sort of patting ourselves on the back for 2 billion and 4 billion. And then, of course, with the funding, it's extremely difficult for COVAX to actually buy anything with the funding. So they have money, but where do you get the vaccines, which is where the donations come in. So I think this is a very important topic. I'm really glad we have a panel on it, but I think, there is an urgency here that we need to, that I think we really need to move forward as a international sort of multilateral coalition. On your question, I think Russia is really sort of a side player in a lot of this, except for the vaccine part, where I think they did exceed sort of expectations, but they haven't been sort of a major player in the multilateral effort. I think the real challenge comes with China, and it's basically, this is the first time in the history of sort of post-Cold War global public health policy where public health is really being conducted through the prism of geopolitical competition, right? And the US and China and Europe have sort of butted heads at the WHO over this. That will continue, right? This will continue to be a contested zone. the pandemic treaty, reforms to the WHO, they are as likely to break down, more likely to break down in acrimony about interpreting what transparency means and rapid response as they are likely to produce anything really meaningful and long term. So I think that's going to be a very, very difficult needle to thread. We will have to engage in those universal efforts in good faith and try to make it work. But I think we also need to prepare for alternatives, to have countries that are willing to work together separately alongside the WHO if some of those efforts maybe don't bear fruit.
Thank you so much, Tom. Krisula, I'm going to come to you and sort of build on those comments from Tom. So Russia isn't part of COVAX, and China really hasn't contributed much, which I think is notable. We were just discussing that before the panel started. That seems like a pretty significant opportunity for Europe. Would you agree? And what do you think that those opportunities are?
Thank you, Tom, also, because you have absolutely right. We need $26 trillion. And of course, we are far away from this. China has joined Russia later, but they are not participating and they are not a donor to the COVAX. So I think that it will be nice if they participate, because when we speak about a pandemic and the response to this global health crisis, we need all the countries. It is not the case. Your question is how we can... Yes,
it seems like there's an opportunity here for Europe to really be like a major player, if not the major player, in the absence of big major states like Russia and China. Would you think that's?
I think that we don't have to see like that when we speak about multilateralism. It's not the egoism. The panel, we are all in favor of multilateralism, and maybe this COVID pandemic remind us that all the greatest challenges are global, and maybe this crisis can be a shock. It is a shock, but it has to be also a wake up that we have to join forces, and we have to make an inclusive recovery, because it's what the citizens ask. And if you see today, the multilateralism and the way that we make diplomacy is changing. I'm very impressed to see the civil society that is very demanding. And I think politicians have to work hand in hand with them and to find solution. It is also another important thing is to give the voice to the youth. And we see what Greta tried to do, and with her strong commitment on protecting the planet. So I think that is not question now of only of European Europe and USA, but I believe and strongly that this partnership between the two continents has to be successful, because we will be stronger and we can lead and share, because we share a lot of values like democracy, like human rights, and we can achieve goal together. And I'm very happy that United States is back, because we have all the relationship and we trust each other. So if we can be the two continents, that we can achieve the leadership, but the leadership because we need all the countries to work together, it will be a success for this new transatlantic agenda that we want.
Thank you so much. There was a question from the audience that I think is really interesting, and Manuel, I'd like to come to you with it. But it's a pretty short question, and it's, can cooperation, the likes of which we're seeing on COVID-19, expand to other crises like the global climate crises? And what does that look like?
Well, it definitely can. I mean, in principle, global governance mechanisms are meant to be far more effective in dealing with crises that affect all of us, no? And these mechanisms are there to deal with these issues that are global public goods, and public health is a global public good. Health is. So we have a huge interest. I mean, it's not just a moral obligation. We have a huge interest in this pandemic being managed and contained around the world, because if not, we're going to be exposed to the risk of import of the disease or to mutations in these places, right? So, I mean, even if you leave the humanitarian and moral considerations aside, I think climate change is another very clear case of this. I mean, these are textbook cases of issues that we need to deal with together. Now, there are other topics that I think should also be on the international agenda, multilateral agenda, that are currently not on it, or not significantly. And one of the topics is technology and tech governance. And I know that it was mentioned in some of the sessions before. It's in fact linked to health governance, but not exclusively. I think this is an emerging field in international affairs. It's also linked to the debate about democracy and the implications of some of these technologies for fundamental rights and for our political models. And if I had to make a prediction about a field where you're going to see a flurry of initiatives, and principally within the European space, transatlantically, but also I think globally, multilaterally, it will be on the governance of emerging technologies. And I think we need to be ready for this. This is a real challenge for governments around the world and for diplomatic services around the world, because it's an interdisciplinary topic and it's tough to handle. But I think you're going to see a lot of this, really taking center stage. When I look at this final phrase on this, at this field, at the tech governance field, it feels a little bit, in fact, like the climate diplomacy field was 20, 30 years ago. It still seems slightly technical, slightly sort of off the center of the agenda. But I think in some time it will be very central to global governance, just like climate change governance is.
Thank you so much. Tom, I'm going to come to you. There's another audience question, which I think builds upon a major item in the news that came out of the Biden administration this week, which is the support for the release the IP on vaccines, waivers for patents. So given this new administration support for this, what else do you think the Biden administration should be doing as a priority to fight against COVID-19? And do you think that this could potentially, I mean, it's already kind of caused some friction in the transatlantic relationship over the last few days, but do you think that's going to be long lasting?
Yeah, I don't think it will be long lasting. I mean, I broadly sort of support the decision. I think, we, as I mentioned earlier, vaccinating the world and scaling up production as quickly as possible to get ahead of the variants and to make that sort of priority and to really put the resources behind it, I think is vital. Otherwise, we're used to multi-speeds and unfairness and inequalities, but we don't want a fixed sort of multi-tier world, where you have a largely unvaccinated part and a vaccinated part, and the connections between them are diminished. You can't really travel from one part to the other without great difficulty. So we need to do everything possible to avoid that. So I think the TRIPS waiver, I think, is a very positive sign. I would say, I think it's a complicated, topic, I think, and I think it'll be interesting to see how the negotiations go. And I don't think it's a silver bullet. And I think the export side, there's going to be billions of vaccines produced this year. So the export side, I think, is key. But I think what bothered me a little bit about the announcement yesterday was just, I think the US and Europe should have done this together. And the fact that Europe didn't seem to know, and the Secretary of State had been in Europe the day before meeting the G7 ministers, it just seemed a little bit, all over the place. And so that was a little surprising to me. I think it's very important that on a transatlantic basis, we see that EU-U.S. piece sort of functioning as much as possible, in a unified way, in a bold way, and making, addressing these crises in India or South America really a key priority.
Thank you so much, Tom. Crisula, I see you nodding, and I wanted to come to you and see if you had anything to add to that as well.
I totally agree with Tom. When we want to restart our transatlantic relation, to things like that, we have to collaborate and we have to speak before to make the announcement. I think it's very important because yesterday, with the decision of President Biden, I was a little bit surprised also, me too, because I know that the question of the intellectual property waiver, it is important. But at this moment, we have a problem how we can increase the manufacturing capacity. And the problem we're not going to resolve with the intellectual property waiver now. And as I said at the beginning, the next 2 months will be a stress test for many countries. The WHO asked 20 million of doses for people who had received the first dose and they don't have the second one. So that's why I totally agree with Tom and Russell. I think that we have to make the things step by step. And we have to speak together because it's not question now who will have the leadership, because the issue is global. And this is my comment. So that's why you saw me to agree totally with Tom.
Thank you so much. Manuel, we have about 2 minutes left. So I wanted to see if you had any closing thoughts that you'd like to leave us with, and if you wanted to tack on to this conversation on the patent waivers and transatlantic cooperation that Tom and Crisula just kindly got us started on.
Sure. Just a very quick comment that I agree with what Tom and Chris have said. It's a very complicated topic. We have a large number of voluntary licenses have already been given. So the licensing issue is a bottleneck, but it's not the only bottleneck. There are others that have to do with supply chains, and they have to do with the transfer of know-how and support of producers in other places. So it's not exclusively a licensing problem. So probably the initiative that has been launched by the US president will have to be accompanied by other measures that allow for this system to in fact function and lead to real production. And just as a final thought, I'll end, I think, with a comment that is close linked to my opening one, which is, I think it's a very interesting time to be talking about multilateral cooperation and transatlantic relations, because we have a US administration that believes in multilateralism. I think this has now been made clear, and it will be made even clearer, I think, in the coming months. That is much more closely aligned with Europe on a whole range of issues, particularly those linked to the transatlantic agenda. And I think that will enable us also to close all of these smaller irritants in the relationship, all of those smaller issues that were present in the relationship, and focus on the broader questions that I think have to do with the health of our democracies and with the health of the international liberal governance architecture and of international liberalism and democracy more broadly. So I think that we have a wide agenda to work together in the coming weeks and months. So I think it's a positive time to be discussing these things. So wonderful to be with you.
Thank you so much. And that's a very hopeful note on which to end. So thank you again to our panelists. And with that, I would now like to turn it over to a spotlight on transatlantic cooperation in vaccine development with the director of the CDC, Dr. Rachel Walensky.
Hello, I'm Dr. Rochelle Walensky, Director of the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and ATSDR Administrator. I'm delighted to join you in this important discussion of public health in the context of the transatlantic partnership. If there's anything we have learned this year during the COVID-19 pandemic, It is that our world is interconnected, and what impacts the health of one of our countries impacts all of our countries. Indeed, perhaps the greatest lesson from this pandemic is the critical need for global collaboration. I am deeply pleased by the long-standing relationship between the United States and the European Union member countries, and between CDC and the European Ministries of Health. Our long-standing efforts to jointly address global health threats have primed us for this moment in our collective history. During the pandemic, our collaboration to share critical scientific information has saved lives. In the beginning of the pandemic, we shared information on how to detect the virus, how it was spreading, and what was working to prevent the virus from ravaging our communities, our cities, and our countries. As the pandemic evolved, we shared information on the disease tracking, on data and analytics, and on genomic sequences that have helped us collectively understand how virus variants are emerging. And recently, we've shared information about vaccine technology, vaccine distribution and administration, and data on our vaccine safety monitoring efforts. Through it all, we have followed several guiding principles. Follow the science and data and ensure that our efforts are evidence-based. Be transparent with each other and the public, and build sustainable systems and infrastructure to not only address the issues of today, but also to prepare us for the future. Last year, CDC released a strategy for global response to COVID-19. The strategy defines CDC's efforts to address the urgent need to prioritize our global response work and to reduce the global burden of COVID-19, while continuing to build global capacity to prevent, prepare for, and control future pandemics. Our plan over the next 2 years is to focus on 4 strategic objectives. We are providing support to strengthen global capacity at the country and regional levels to prevent, detect, and respond to COVID-19. We are working to prevent and mitigate transmission across borders in communities and healthcare facilities. We are working to contribute to the scientific understanding of COVID-19, including adding to the global body of literature on clinical severity and long-term sequelae and immunity. And lastly, we are working to increase national and global readiness to implement and evaluate vaccination programs and use of therapeutics when available. I want to close with an issue that drives me and motivates me and everything we do at CDC. A stark lesson from the COVID-19 pandemic in the United States is the disproportionate impact that the virus has had on certain populations in our country. And still, we must recognize that the US and EU have been fortunate to access technologies, such as laboratory diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines that have benefited all of our citizens. The virus knows no political or social boundaries. If we want to truly turn the corner on this pandemic, we must be good citizens of the world and assist our global partners in their time of need too. The United States and CDC look forward to working with the EU member countries on strengthening the World Health Organization and on our collective efforts around the globe for the benefit for all of us in the future. I look forward to a day when we can return to some sense of normalcy and when I can deliver these comments live in person in the EU. And I look forward to our future collaborations for the health and safety of all of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walensky. As we look with hope toward a post-pandemic world, it's heartening to hear that the transatlantic community is leaning in on cooperation in vaccine development. We've witnessed some amazing feats of innovation and rapid scientific response to our global health crisis over the past year. Transatlantic cooperation in scientific breakthroughs, like the co-created Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, highlights just one of the many facets of this relationship. Our partnership is not based in any one policy area. In addition to traditional policy issues like trade, defense, climate, and foreign policy, we also share scientific breakthroughs, technological developments, cultural exchanges, arts, entertainment, and so much more. The transatlantic partnership is truly comprehensive. And this means that as we look to a post-COVID-19 world, We should create an agenda for recovery and growth that is inclusive and builds back better rather than the same. The pandemic has exposed inequalities and systemic challenges that were easy to ignore in a time of growth and prosperity. In a time of crisis, they become existential. How do we take the lessons learned from the past year and turn them into action? How do we build a transatlantic agenda that is holistic, that incorporates the elements of security and societal resilience that might be overlooked? I'll turn now to Benjamin Haddad, Director of the Europe Center, and Georgina Wright, Head of the Europe Program at Institut Montaigne, to introduce our next distinguished guest.
Thank you, Denise. I'm delighted to be here today with our next speaker, a friend of the Atlantic Council, His Excellency Margaritis Sinas, Vice President of the European Commission for promoting our European way of life. Vice President Sinas has one of the widest ranging portfolios in the Commission, covering everything from migration to internal security, education, and the Erasmus program. Also joining me in the conversation today to discuss how to build a more inclusive transatlantic post-pandemic agenda is Georgina Wright, Head of the Europe Program at Institut Montaigne, a strategic partner of the Atlantic Council. Georgina, so looking forward to co-hosting this discussion with you today. Maybe first, let me open with a couple questions before I turn to Georgina. Vice President Sinas, thanks for joining us. I want to ask you first maybe about the news of the day, of the last couple of days. The Biden administration has announced that it supported lifting patents on COVID vaccines. We just came out of a really interesting conversation about transatlantic cooperation and recovery on COVID. What is the position of the European Commission on this debate?
Thank you, Ben. Thank you for having me. Delighted to be again in the company of the Atlantic Council of the transatlantic community. Let me also add to your introduction that part of my turf in the Commission is also to oversee public health. So that's also part of this rather extensive brief of the Vice Presidency for promoting the European way of life. Coming straight to your first question, I think that from the European Union point of view, no one doubts that we are at the forefront of effective deliveries of vaccines to the world. Not only through COVAX, but also as a major exporter of vaccines from the European Union to the rest of the world. We're very proud that we have so far exported 200 million doses to the world, as much as we delivered for our own member states. Our priority is to ramp up production so that we can achieve global vaccination as soon as possible. But at the same time, we are open to discuss any other idea, any other suggestion that would contribute to pragmatic solutions. So we're ready to assess the US proposal to see how it will help quickly promote this goal of global vaccination. But in the short term, what we really, really need is to export. So we call upon all vaccines producing countries to export immediately as much as they can, so that we can avoid disrupting the global supply chains in vaccines that are so crucial in the current juncture.
Yeah, a call for exports. I think that's very important. I want to ask you about the broader societal implications of the crisis that this entire world has been going through for the last year. And I would say it's fair to say that every country has failed in its own way. And, we're talking about the vaccination campaign now in the United States, but obviously it wasn't a victory lap just a few months ago. And so I want to ask you about the lessons learned as we start to look at the end of this crisis. You're in charge of promoting our European way of life. What do you think this crisis has revealed about our European way of life, and what are the lessons that the EU will have to learn from it?
Well, the first lesson I think to be drawn is that no member state in the European Union could have coped with the magnitude of this crisis alone. rich or poor, north or south, east or west, small or big, there would be no member state that could have done a better job in facing the pandemic than the one that we are doing together as a union. That's the first lesson drawn. The second lesson is that at times of crisis is where Europe is doing well. Or said otherwise, for Europeans, we never allow a crisis to go wasted. And because within this tragedy of the pandemic, with so many thousands of people lost, there is a positive step, there is a positive lesson to be drawn, that we took unprecedented steps as a union. We crossed the Rubicon in a way, by doing things that would have been unimaginable few years or months ago. Like, for example, buying collectively and implementing the biggest vaccination program in history. In an area where, as you know, public health is not one of the strongest competencies of the European Union according to the treaty, or activating this super weapon of a European recovery and resilience fund that would allow us to cope symmetrically to the pandemic shock of the economy, whilst at the same time adjusting to the twin transition towards a greener and more digital Europe. And the third lesson, I think, would be that we found out, probably again through the crisis, that the call for European strategic autonomy is more urgent and present than ever. Especially in the first weeks of the pandemic, all of a sudden, we Europeans discovered that we do not produce masks anymore, that there are no many ventilators being produced in Europe, that our member states were fighting each other for things that would have thought that were commodities in Europe. So this call for strategic autonomy, from raw materials to key areas, to industry, to whatever we need to build our own resilience in the future. I think this is the third lesson of the pandemic that Europe learned the tough way, but I think we learned this lesson too.
Thank you. Let me turn to Georgina Wright from Paris.
Thank you, Ben. Vice President, it's really interesting to listen to sort of some of your reflections in, this pandemic and how the EU dealt with it. Now, you're no stranger to Brussels. You've spent time, as an official inside the European Commission. You were, I think, a member of the European Parliament briefly, and then, of course, Vice President. But my question really is on communications. Do you think the EU could have done a better job in communicating what it's done so far, what it is doing, and also how it might be able to change that in the future?
Well, as you rightly point out, Georgina, there is no perfect recipe for communication. Communication is a permanent stream of success and failure. And I think it's inevitable. Communication reflects a bit reality. So before discussing communication, let's see the substance of what really happened that led to problems in communication. At the beginning of the European vaccination program, early January, we faced with a myth, a perception that spread very quickly across Europe, that according to which all Europeans would have to be vaccinated at the same time with the same jab. So we failed to explain that the EU vaccination program was a sequence of deployments of vaccines approved by the European Medicines Agency, our regulator, that would come into a system throughout the first semester of this year. So the perception was, where are the vaccines for the people? And people wanted to have the full deployment of vaccines within the first month. And I think it was a mistake, probably a mistake that in hindsight we now understand, but we could have or should have explained better that this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And proof of that is that the European vaccines marathon is now working, and we're fully on target to have full immunity for the general population in the summer. The second difficulty we faced was that we discovered that one of the companies from which we purchased a considerable amount of doses and prepaid simply failed to deliver the contractual obligations that they assumed with us. And this is serious. This is important. This is something probably that we should have explained much more aggressively rather than assuming it as a fact. Now we are having a legal injunction against this company, as you probably know. I'm talking about AstraZeneca. We are in a Belgian court system, and we hope to get the vaccine doses that that the company still owes us. But I think, to come back to your question, the problems we had with communication related to these two difficulties, objective difficulties, that in a way dominated European public opinion. And we failed to counter this with a Brussels narrative because we didn't get much support in the member states either. I think member states were also part of this counter narrative, but okay, we are used to it. We are used to the nationalization of success and Europeanization of problems. This is a pattern that we know by now well.
Great. Ben, I had a follow-up question, if I may, following up on that. You know, your portfolio, as Ben said, is hugely broad, and it actually tries to touch many people in society who don't potentially watch every twist and turn that happens in Brussels. So when we're thinking about sort of promoting a European way of life post-COVID in this green economy and all these big flagship projects that are happening in Brussels, how do you see your role in particular in sort of articulating and putting forward that very positive agenda?
Georgina, my portfolio, which is new, it's a new job. There was no function, there was no portfolio of this kind in the Commission so far, is a direct, I think, response by President von der Leyen to the by now famous speech by Emmanuel Macron in Sorbonne, where he called for a Europe that protects and a Europe that empowers. And he said, on the Europe that protects side, we need strong policies where people feel protected in public health, in migration, borders, security. And on the Europe that empowered side, we need policies that open up opportunities, that create possibilities for mobility, for growth, for Europeans to discover each other, to understand each other through culture, education, sport, skills. So bringing together under this single roof of the promotion of European way of life, these families of policies, it's a fantastic challenge for this Commission and for me personally. And in post-pandemic times, okay, the twin transitions, green and digital, are not with me. The green is with Vice President Timmermans, and the digital is with Margrethe Vestager. But I like to think of my job as the most anthropocentric job in the Commission. And in these post-pandemic times, we have to give people, we have to give Europeans this certainty that Europe works for them, both as a shield, as a bouclier, as you would call it in French, but at the same time as a spear, as an opportunity, as a lever to do much more together in these key areas that I'm referring to. So yes, this anthropocentric portfolio is very much challenging for the months and years to come. Especially because our way of life has been severely challenged, shaken, threatened. But it's interesting to note that Europe coped. Our public health and public education systems withstood the pressure of this crisis. Our societies proved more solidarity, resilience, and helping to the most vulnerable. we managed to bring together elements of work that have not been activated before. So yes, I'm optimistic that we can do even better in the future.
I don't know, Georgina, do you want to continue? I can pick it up. I mean, there's you talked about strategic autonomy and as one of the key lessons of this crisis, and mentioned President Macron's speech at Sorbonne. And obviously, this also happened in the context of a very different American administration that was showing a sense of European loneliness as well. We're at the first few months of a Biden administration that's proclaiming that America is back and has put alliances at the heart of its message. Obviously, this is the EU-U.S. forum. I want to ask you, how do you articulate this call for strategic autonomy within the transatlantic alliance? This is, let's be honest, a term that's not often very well understood here in Washington, D.C., but that can also be, I think, an asset for the alliance. How would you articulate the two?
Let me start with on a personal note. In the last 5 years, in my previous capacity as chief spokesperson for the European Commission, I attended, together with President Juncker, all G7 and G20 summits of the last 5 years. So I had the first chance experience to feel lonely. Or to put it differently, during these 5 years, the European Union did not have a dancing partner in the dance of multilateralism. We felt very alone. And during these occasions, which are, as you know, the occasions of where global governance leaders meet, very often we would hear from others, the Australians, the Brazilians, Chinese sometimes, even the Japanese, telling us, thank God you guys are around. So that showed that to many of our international partners during these 5 years, without the United States being next to us, Europe was representing, how should I put this, an anchor of stability or a beacon of light, if you like, in a world that sounded very, very dark. Now, we are delighted that we do have a partner in the transatlantic ball. We are delighted that the new Biden administration is engaging very quickly on all European fronts, from climate change to security, to the economy, to trade, to health. This is a delight. This is fantastic. But at the same time, I don't think that this call for European strategic autonomy should be interpreted as something that would threaten this retrouvaille between us and the Americans. On the contrary, I think that the European strategic autonomy in key areas would add to the strength of the transatlantic bond. I think that our American friends would like Europe to be resilient, solid, sufficient in key areas that we need. And this will not be done against the American interests. In certain areas like security, like digital, like artificial intelligence, like 5G, there is so much that we can do together. But part of this new much to do, would have to transit through the improvement of the European autonomy. And this will not be, again, a game of protectionism. We are not full. We have 35 million jobs in Europe depending from exports, and we will not risk any of these jobs, and will not risk our global part our part in global trade in the name of this autonomy. So I would like to seize this opportunity to transmit a message of keep cool and keep engaging. This is not a threat. This is something that helps.
Keep cool and keep engaging. I think that could be a good slogan for the entire Future Forum. Georgina.
Thank you, Ben. Vice President, obviously, what you've just outlined is a key strategic interest for both sides. But again, going back to your portfolio, thinking about inclusion, what is there, in terms of an agenda that the US and the EU can push together to make sure that they're really reaching all those people who may not be following every twist and turn in Washington, DC and Brussels, who may actually, and who are most certainly, impacted by decisions there and could have their voice listened to if they wanted to. How can the US and the EU work together to really promote an inclusive agenda?
Yeah, that's also very timely. There I see a twin approach, two-track approach. I think it is vital that on the economic recovery side, both in the US and in the EU, we make sure that we leave no one behind in the much needed recovery effort that is about to start. Let us, have no doubt, I think that we are about to witness a major boom in growth and expansion in demand. And it's very important in both sides of the Atlantic that our stimuli, our big stimulus programs, your Biden package and our recovery plan work in full synchronization, not only helping people come back, switch back to growth, but making sure that we leave no one behind. That's key. I think this is a key element of inclusion. And then the other track is, again, the anthropocentric approach I was referring to earlier. Both the Americans and us, we share the same values. We are vibrant democracies. We have a long tradition of inclusion and fairness. We are the world's epicenter of good governance, of human rights, of privacy. Well, we're doing a bit better, I think, in privacy than our American friends. But still, human rights, there is such a wealth of political and social acquis that binds us, that reinforces the transatlantic bond. So I think that as part of this inclusion drive that will follow the post-pandemic times, this second track of making sure that our values, our systems, our democracies, our rules are fit for purpose, that would be equally important. Not only on the recovery side, but also on the societal part.
Let me ask you maybe a last question on a lighter note, although I do think it's a really interesting and important topic. You and I are both football fans, and I'm in the United States. I still call it football. And I saw that you were very vocal in opposing the project of the Super League. And I want to ask you about this, but also ask you about how that reflects a certain attachment to the European way of life, and maybe in this respect to a different way of approaching sport and society between the United States and the European Union.
Yes, Ben, I appreciate your interest in sport and in football. After all, you are a European, accidentally spending some time in the States. I hope we'll get you back soon. Yes, there is something that is called the European model of sport. And we all know what this is. This is kids playing football in every village of the continent, small teams, volunteers teams, soccer moms, small clubs, and even middle clubs aspiring to play with the top ones. There is an element of diversity, but also uniqueness in this European model of sport, where national competitions play a role of a filter to a broader European competition where everybody can aspire, everybody can play according to our values and our way of life. Compare that to a project where 12 top clubs, mainly owned by non-European owners, decide to play amongst themselves forever, sharing an annual budget of 5 billion euros for themselves, severing any link with amateur football, national competition. How European is this? This is not European, and this is not our way of life. We reacted very formally, very strongly. I'm very happy to see that we were not alone. And I must say that in my many years of experience in working the European meanders, I never saw such a degree of consensus against something like the one we saw on opposition to the Super League. So yes, we continue to be against these projects of the rich and powerful who are targeting the rest of us. And yes, we will continue to defend a European model of sport that we know, that we like, and we want to see prosper.
Wow, very glad that didn't go through. Vice President Sinas, it's really a pleasure to host you again at the Atlantic Council. Thank you so much for joining the EU-U.S. Future Forum, and we hope to see you soon in person in Washington, D.C. And thank you, Georgina, for joining. Thank you. And let me turn it now back to RMC Denise Verstuber.
Thank you, Ben. Georgina, thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Vice President. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted gaps in society that challenge our security and cohesiveness. But we now have an opportunity to address these societal and economic challenges. The transatlantic relationship found its feet during a period of global crisis. And now we can dream big together about what a post-pandemic world can and should be. One of the gaps exposed by the crises of the past year has been the state of democracy in the world. Worrying trends away from liberal democracy have cropped up in recent years. Many of us in the transatlantic community have noted this development with concern. We've seen short-term responses, but now is the time to push the envelope, to invest the time and energy needed to supercharge the democratic project. We have seen in our own transatlantic history and in the world around us that there are no guarantees. Democracy requires regular, active tending. We've touched on this challenge in other sessions at the forum, especially concerns about the rapid rise of digital authoritarianism and the EU's Democracy Action Plan with Vice President Jourova. An inclusive transatlantic agenda should prioritize more open, democratic institutions that are accessible to their citizens. Our next two discussions will explore a couple different initiatives aiming to do exactly that. First, we'll dive deep into the Biden administration's planned Summit for Democracy. What started as a campaign proposal for then candidate Biden has gained momentum in recent months, but there is still much to be hammered out. How does one go about building a Summit for Democracy? The following dialogue will explore a brand new pan-European democratic initiative, the Conference on the Future of Europe. How will this project increase democratic access for EU citizens? What lessons can the United States draw from this endeavor? We'll explore this in greater detail shortly, but first things first. We'll turn now to our own Ben Judah, Senior Fellow with the Europe Center, to introduce our next session on delivering the Summit for Democracy. Ben, over to you.
Thank you so much for handing that over to me and for joining us here today for what promises to be a riveting discussion on the Biden administration's plans for a Summit for Democracy. So first, I'd like to introduce our highly distinguished panel, beginning with Dr. Tori Taussig, Research Director at the Harvard Kennedy School's Project on Europe and a non-resident fellow at the Center on the United States and Europe at the Brookings Institution. We're also joined by Dr. Michael Carpenter, the Managing Director at the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement, and a non-resident senior fellow at our own Eurasia Center here at the Atlantic Council. And last but not least, we're delighted to be joined by Reinhard Bütikofer, MEP, the distinguished member of the European Parliament and chair of the Delegation for Relations with the People's Republic of China, and a member of the Green Europe Free Alliance bloc in the Parliament. That's the German Green Party. So I'd like to kind of begin with you, Tori, which is, what is the vision for a Summit for Democracy? Where did this idea come from? And what do they hope to achieve with it?
Well, thank you, Ben, and it's great to be here with you all today. We have certainly heard a lot about the Summit for Democracy. There's been a lot of commentating from outside of government on this summit. I think the driving reason for it is because there is broad recognition of the reality that democracy is in trouble around the world. I mean, and just look at the indices, Freedom House, Varieties of Democracy Project, all of them show that democracy is on the decline and authoritarianism is resurging around the world. And so there is a strong need for it globally. And there is also a strong need to have the United States at the table for these discussions, given our own internal setbacks. So I think it's a call based on reality, and it's a focus that's very much needed at this point in time.
And a kind of follow-up question, which is, what do we know about the shape of this summit that's going to take place? Do we know when it's going to happen, what the agenda is going to be, or is it still a sort of aspiration?
So there have been indications that this summit will take place before the end of 2021. But if we look at campaign statements made by the Biden team, by candidate Biden at the time, he said that the summit should do three things. One, fight corruption. Two, defend against authoritarianism with an emphasis on election security. And three, advance human rights, both at home and abroad. So those are the three priorities that have been indicated, and that's the timing that we know of thus far.
So I'd like to go over to Reinhard now to get the perspective from Berlin and from Brussels. I understand you're in Berlin currently, but normally in Brussels. How does this summit seem from the EU perspective? Is there a need for such a summit? What would the EU like to see in this summit? And how does your own experience dealing with China over the last few months, which has been rather dramatic, inform your point of view?
Well, thank you, first of all, for having me. There is great expectation around Europe for this summit. And our common concern over China and its increasingly aggressive policies has been a great motor behind the realization that there is indeed a need for such a new effort. The democracies that have been singled out and attacked separately by China already form a long list. You could think of Canada, you could think of Australia, the Czech Republic, Sweden, Norway, other countries. So certainly there is a need of finding ways where democracies have each other's back. And this certainly should be an international conversation with a strong transatlantic plank. And it should also involve not just OECD countries and OECD democracies, but particularly put an emphasis also on including democracies from the global South and making sure that this is seen as a truly widely shared effort. We, of course, around Europe also see the need to make an all-of-society effort to strengthen our own democracies. That's why there has been this initiative for the conference on the future of Europe. This is about to be started formally coming Sunday in Strasbourg. It's been slow in materializing, and there has been a lot of haggling about institutional issues. How much will governments keep control of the agenda? To what degree will citizens be invited to co-shape and to co-represent the results of the conversation? And it's an effort that can't afford to waste much more time, because it should be finalized by the beginning, the first quarter next year. So basically, we're in the same kind of straitjacket as regards timing as the Biden team's initiative on the Summit of Democracy. So I hope that both projects will inform each other.
So what are the main roadblocks in Europe towards a successful summit? Are there any recalcitrant member states? And what do you think of the question of who should be invited? Should an EU member state like Hungary be invited? What about Turkey? You know, what are your views from Berlin and Brussels on the invite list?
I'm not sure I can speak as a representative of Europe on that. I just give you my opinion. There are, of course, huge question marks as to how democratic Hungary still is. But I think we should emphasize the need to be as inclusive as possible. If we say we only will invite the 100% clean democracies, or even those that are holier than the Pope, maybe the list of invitees will be very short. And we want to share an effort, strenuous as it will be, to enlarge the scope of democratic governance, to also help some countries to maybe regain orientation or get back on the feet. So I would be inclusive without guaranteeing the participants that they will be exempted from criticism.
Hey, Ben, can I come in really quickly on this attendance question?
I'd love you to come in.
I just wanted to add, and then we need to get to Mike because his comments are important, but I just wanted to make a quick point on attendance. Personally, I think it would be more interesting to have a summit that features, or that at least includes, subnational actors, civil society leaders, human rights activists, journalists, local politicians, mayors, for a sharing of best practices, for a discussion about next steps for networking, for really understanding how these actors that are at the forefront, the grassroots level of democracy, can carry the mission forward in their own countries. And so I think instead of asking, should Viktor Orban be at this summit? I mean, yes, the leaders are important, but what's to say that we can't have Hungarian civil society leaders there? Why can't we have Russian civil society leaders there, local officials? I think we should use this moment of opportunity to be creative and to use our convening powers to bring the real actors for democracy to the table, rather than hearing from our leaders sitting around a table, naming and shaming other countries. To the one hand, it's important, but let's bring the real actors of democracy together to learn best practices.
So a summit for democracy and not a summit of democracies, I take it. So Mike, I'd like to come over and talk to you about the agenda. And I thought we'd kick off with a topic which I know is very dear to your heart, which is corruption. And do you think this is the right focus? What do you think could be achieved at the summit?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I do think it's important. I also think it's important, however, to set expectations straight in terms of what a single meeting of heads of state and civil society and others can achieve. I mean, this is going to be the beginning, hopefully, of a reinvigorated process of defending and strengthening democracy, but it's not the be all and end all. It's just one meeting in what will hopefully be a regular series of events to strengthen democracy. Corruption is at the heart of that. Here's how I see this happening, though. And of course, I'm on the outside. These are just my personal opinions. But I view this as an opportunity for states to self-select. Right? This is not something for people in Washington to decide, whether this country qualifies as a democracy or not. What we need is countries that are willing to come and to undertake certain commitments. They have to, for example, pledge to abide by the principle of judicial independence, to abide by the principle of media pluralism, to fight corruption within their system by having transparency about government procurement, and so on and so forth. So I see this as a series of steps that countries will hopefully take that come to the table, and where they also agree to be judged by their peers. And this second part is crucial, because it's one thing to pledge in the abstract to do something and then go home and it's business as usual. It's quite another thing to say, okay, yes, I agree to transparency in terms of anti-money laundering regulations, but then I also want to be held accountable by my fellows, by my fellow democracies, whether my government is actually fulfilling its pledge.
So how do we turn this into a long-term process? I really like your point about how we shouldn't just focus on the summit, but view it as the beginning of something.
Well, again, I think this is an opportunity to get countries that are enthusiastic about undertaking such commitments to sit at a table together, and then to work through a variable set of different institutional sort of geometries, if you like, to advance those goals. So again, the summit is not the be all and end all. It is hopefully a sort of a galvanizing point where countries take ownership of this issue, and then they push it out into various different institutions, whether it's the US-EU partnership, whether it's the D10, whether it's the OECD, the OSCE, and various other institutions that have little different pieces and chunks of the democracy promotion, anti-corruption, good governance agenda, and then see where there's most traction. But it has to be done globally. It can't be done in just one particular region of the world.
Can I come in, Ben?
Of course you can. I'd be delighted.
Well, I would argue that parliaments could play a particular role in making this a long-term effort. You've seen over the last year a huge increase of bilateral cooperation between parliamentarians from different parts of the world. You've had the IPAC, the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, with more than 200 members of parliaments from 20 different parliaments. You have had increasing cooperation between US Congress and the European Parliament, for instance. And I would insist, and even that has even been included in the new framing of the transatlantic dialogue on China, that now also includes a parliamentary dimension. And parliamentarians are more outspoken often on issues of democracy, and they have another access to the wider public. So I think they should be given a particular role in sustaining and driving these efforts in the long term.
So I'd like to follow up that with a question of what's to avoid from your experience. What mistakes can we steer clear of in making sure this is a successful summit and a successful long-term process?
Well, I think the biggest problem is talking about too much at the same time. I think without focus, nothing will be achieved. So maybe we should focus on anti-corruption measures. Maybe we should focus on anti-fake news interference. And if we have a list of priorities that is not longer than 5 items, I think that's the max. And not trying to address and solve everything in one go. And then identify a subsequent agenda for a next such effort. That's the most important thing. And the second is give people an opportunity to excel, create mechanisms which give countries or participants subnational institutions that might be interested in participating, civil society institutions that might have an interest, give them an opportunity to gain from being active. If it's a duty, it may be forgotten. If it's something that allows you to shine, that is what gets people active.
Troy, I'd like to bring the conversation back to you and ask, what steps should the administration be taking right away to make sure this is a success?
Well, I think just to footstop a few lines that have been said by both Mike and Reinhard, I think it's important early on for the administration to avoid making the summit into a grand symbolic gesture and the beginning of an institutionalized alliance of democracies. I think not only is that over-promising, but it also doesn't jibe with reality that we have institutions in place that have the machinery, the mechanisms that focus on these democracy issues, some of which Mike mentioned. And also that, again, we don't need another symbolic gathering of grand promises. We need a summit that focuses on very concrete steps that attendees can pledged to uphold, but also carry through on it. And this is where I think the focus on corruption, particularly in the transatlantic sense, we actually can make a lot of progress on. There is a lot of interest in tackling this issue on both sides of the Atlantic, whether it's on countering money laundering or closing tax loopholes. This is where we can make progress. And so I think this is an important focus for the administration to have now and going into this summit.
Just a kind of follow-up question on that is, we've talked about like the role that the EU can play in cooperating with the US. What about, and also the global South, but especially with corruption, do you see a role for the UK in this?
Absolutely. I think, and Ben, you could probably point to a number of policies that the UK is already looking at on the corruption kind of tax evasion front. You're the real expert here. But when it comes to corruption, I do think it's important to break down some of the geographic silos that Reinhard also mentioned. You know, this can't just be a conversation between northern democracies. This can't be just a transatlantic conversation. We need to have the global South at the table. We need to have like-minded partners from the Indo-Pacific at the table in order to ensure that we're not, you know, again, just a small club of democracies talking to one another. This needs to be a truly global and globally represented summit on the issue of corruption, but also just on representation more broadly.
So, Mike, I'd like to sort of come back to you. How do you view the summit as sitting in the administration's grand strategy?
Well, the administration has from the very start prioritized democratic values, human rights, and this pushback against the resurgence of authoritarianism. And so this is obviously a central part to that. You know, you can also overstate how significant this summit will be as compared to various other policy initiatives that the administration is pursuing. I think it's one piece of the puzzle. I agree with Reinhard that it needs to be very strenuously prioritized on just a few items. I personally think this is not the beginning of some technical negotiation of, you know, anti-money laundering regulations. It is aligning countries on the overarching principles of democratic values. And to my mind, you know, you can pick and choose your favorite ones. You know, I mentioned at the outset, I think media pluralism, judicial independence, some transparency with regard to financial flows. Those are sort of crucial to the functioning of democracy in the 21st century. And we need countries to sort of recommit to those principles and then push forward the actual difficult work of spelling out nitty-gritty in terms of regulation, in terms of perhaps international treaties and conventions, what that looks like going forward, what sort of institutional body those commitments then take.
So I'd like to step out of the discussion of the summit per se, and I'd like to ask you about some of your views on the situation regarding democracy on the ground in your area of expertise in Eastern Europe. You know, is there a crisis of democracy and American democracy promotion in Ukraine and in the sort of so-called near abroad between the EU and Russia? And do you think the summit could make a difference there?
Well, you know, I don't know if I would say there's a crisis of democracy. What there is this decades-long struggle between authoritarian oligarchy and liberal democracy. You see it very clearly in Belarus. You see it in Ukraine. You see it in Georgia. You see it in Armenia. There, you know, all of these countries have been punctuated by various sort of popular movements against oligarchy and against authoritarianism. All of them have had some form of clampdown from repressive regimes. And it's this, you know, it's this tug of war back and forth in this entire region to the east of the EU. And in some cases, actually, even within some of the EU member states and in the Western Balkans too. So it is incumbent, I think, on the US and its European partners to lend support to those democratic movements, at a minimum moral support, but then also sort of more tools as well for them to fight back against this both authoritarian trend and oligarchic trend, which are inextricably linked.
So on the case study of Ukraine, how could Ukrainian attendance at the summit, Ukraine entering sort of certain obligations at the summit, Ukrainian civil society coming to the summit, how could that change things for the better?
Well, look, Ukraine has been making tremendous progress since 2014. but it's also had some moments of backsliding. So you've seen, for example, the independent supervisory board of Naftahaz, the state-owned gas company, suspended so that a new CEO could be put in place. You've seen attempts to emasculate the anti-corruption institutions, which are politically independent, but where certain actors would like to have them under the guise of the cabinet of ministers or under other political authorities. And so it's important that if Ukraine is going to be a part of this conversation, that Western countries say very clearly that we expect from Ukraine certain steps that include corporate governance standards with regards to its state-owned enterprises, that include allowing for anti-corruption institutions to be truly independent. There needs to be judicial reform in Ukraine as well. So it's standing by those principles and then pushing the government constantly to make good on them.
Reinhard, I'd like to bring the conversation back to you. And one of the big kind of themes of our conference has been, anticipating the change that is likely to come in Germany. How do you and your party, the German Greens, feel that democracy and the relationship with China and Russia will look different if you, win the elections that are coming up?
Well, I guess it's a pretty safe expectation that we will take a tougher approach towards authoritarian regimes. That's been visible in our policies over the last years, and we intend to help making Germany and other countries more proactive players in that regard. But certainly, it would not be helpful if we chose an attitude of arrogance vis-a-vis others. President Biden has said recently, and I thought he really hit the nail, that there is a certain, I'm not sure he used the word crisis, but there's a certain big challenge for democracies. Are we able to deliver dealing with the real challenges that are in front of us, like refugee issues, climate change issues, international justice issues? And if we can't, then all our well-meaning democratic propaganda will be a car without wheels. And I think we should approach this as a kind of collective team democracy effort and not putting individual countries on the spot, not talking down to them, also listening to voices from minor players, and not make this an anti-somebody event, but rather shape it as an effort to refurbish and to rebuild the shining city on the hill. We have seen democratic weaknesses all around Europe, including in our own country. Look at AfD, the far-right nationalist, xenophobic, racist party. It still has support from about 10% of German voters. You have populism, nationalism, nativism, anti-globalism in so many countries. We cannot be arrogant and say, we got it solved, we're now teaching others. We all have to be students.
So Tori, I'd like to bring the conversation back to you and ask a kind of more general question, which is, how does democracy fit into the administration's geopolitics towards Europe and internationally, like more broadly? And is there a tension between democracy and some of the administration's other goals on the global scene?
It's a great question, Ben. If I could, without coming across as overly political, one element that I really admire of this administration's approach toward democracy abroad is that, I mean, take the last administration's national security directive, for example. This is where the paradigm changed to great power competition, the struggle between democracy and authoritarianism, competing with Russia and China on the world stage. However, one thing that I found that was truly lacking was an emphasis on looking at our own foundations of democratic resiliency, our own internal resiliency and renewal that's needed to compete with Russia and China. To me, that always rang hollow. I thought the focus on state-based competition was important. The struggle against authoritarianism was the right one, but there was no internal focus on how our own democracies need to be strengthened in this competition. So I think that's a critical component and a good component of the way that this administration has taken our broader foreign policy direction moving forward. The second element that I think is going to be a really fine line to walk is on garnering our allies, rallying our allies around an agenda of democratic renewal without making this an anti-China agenda. I think the administration has actually done a good job of this thus far, particularly in Europe. I don't think you get allies to the table when we talk about, countering China, creating an anti-China agenda. It just doesn't work, I think, given the divisions that we see across Europe, although I think Reinhard is probably one of the stronger pushing back on China voices in Europe. But I think this is where, again, we need to make this about ourselves, our own democracy, and in strengthening the pillars of our democratic institutions at home for competing against authoritarian states on the world stage.
So Reinhard, just to kind of ask you the same question, is there a plan in Germany, in the EU, to really rebuild the foundations of European democracy and society to make it more resilient for the 21st century?
No, there isn't. There is a plan now to run an electoral campaign that might have momentous consequences for Germany and for Europe, and then we will have a similarly important campaign right thereafter in France, when President Macron will try to get re-elected against strong opposition from the far right, from Marine Le Pen. So these two elections will decide whether the two most important pillars of the political governance system around the EU will be still strong. At the same time, we try to reach out to the citizens. We reach out to stakeholders to get them involved in the context of the Conference on the Future of Europe, to learn from societal input. I think Europe has never been just the execution of a plan. Europe has been a succession of steps when we managed to agree, sometimes haphazardly, on compromises and intermediate solutions that would allow us to take one step forward and then leave some of our problems to be solved in the future. Europe is progress that we devise as we go. Europe is history in the making. It's not a plan, because 27 sovereign nations can hardly agree on a ex ante plan. They have to agree on what they can do now to solve their problems, the most urgent problems that we have. And we have seen that even big steps are possible. 2 years ago, nobody would have expected that we would get the recovery plan that we now have. Everybody would have expected the Germans to block it. Merkel took a big step forward and jumped over her own shadow and facilitated that. That's the innovative character of Europe. We'll always find new resources.
Thank you so much for joining me today. It's been a brilliant panel. I couldn't have thought of a more distinguished panel of people to talk about this issue. And now I'd like to pass over to our own Ambassador Gardner.
Thank you very much, and welcome, Madam Vice President. Welcome to the virtual conference. As I hope all of the viewers will know, you are Vice President for Demography and Democracy, and you've been tasked with a very important job of leading the Commission's work on the Conference of the Future of Europe, to be launched, if I'm not mistaken, this Sunday, Europe Day. So perhaps we can start this short session by inviting you to tell us what the conference seeks to achieve, how, and by when.
Thank you, Ambassador Gardner. Thank you first for having me and inviting me here. I'm really glad to reply to your question. Yes, I'm in charge of the Conference on the Future of Europe on behalf of Commission. But first, let me explain. There is a first time ever portfolio on democracy and demography, and this was assigned to me because we see big link between democracy and demography. So on the side of democracy, we are starting this big deliberative exercise, which is called Conference on the Future of Europe. This means not only one event, but many series of events on deliberative democracy. The reason for organizing this is that we realize that there is a gap between politicians and policymakers and citizens. And we think that we have to come closer to our citizens. We want to narrow this gap between us, politicians, policymakers, and citizens. And we want to make citizens capable of drafting or co-drafting European policies. So this is not to abolish representative democracy. We still have MPs, MEPs, but national parliaments, European Parliament, but we want to reinforce representative democracy. And this is the reason why we are organizing this, wanted to citizens feel that it's not only Brussels bubble, but that we can work together and that we can work alongside. So you are right. We will launch the conference on 9th of May, which is on Sunday from Strasbourg, which is the headquarters of European Union. Although there are still measures, COVID measures, but we will try to make this a hybrid event. And it will start, as I said, on Day of Europe on 9th of May, and it will finish, we hope so, by spring next year during French presidency. The reason for ending this next year is that we need follow-up. And in order to follow up, we need a second part of our mandates in order to act accordingly, in order to translate the ideas of citizens, the concerns, hopes, fears, whatever they will express. We want to act, to translate their ideas into concrete legislation. And this is what President von der Leyen promised during her inaugural speech in European Parliament in July 2019, and this is one of this Commission's priorities. So we want to make this happen. So to listen to citizens and to make their ideas realistic. Of course, as I said, alongside with national parliaments, with local and regional authorities, with of course, NGOs, civil society, with social partners. So all together, and the three institutions, European Commission, European Council, and European Parliament, will speak or are already speaking with one voice this time. There will be no clash between institutions. So we want to, this is big, unprecedented, maybe historic exercise, but this could be a success. This could be a big success if we speak with one voice and if we are ready to listen to our citizens, to our voters in the end.
Well, good luck to you in that project. You have a very long, distinguished background as a grassroots politician, including mayor of Dubrovnik for 8 years, a member of the European Parliament, a member of the Croatian Parliament. And I was wondering, how has that history, that experience helped you in this task? How has it equipped you?
If I may say, the reason why I was assigned this portfolio was my background. President von der Leyen wanted me to lead this process because she thinks that I have experience in contacts with citizens. So you know that on local level, you are at the closest level and you are at the closest level and you can approach citizens, you can talk to them, but we, all of us, regardless of our level, we have to be ready to approach and talk to citizens. And this is the reason why I am here. So being mayor, you know, you are always engaged with daily issues. And I think the daily issues will be the majority of topics during this conference, but of course also institutional issues will come up. I think, but average citizens, especially now during this pandemic, will be interested, I think, in, for example, for me, I think that health will be on top of our citizens' agenda. But let's see, I cannot preempt what will happen. We will not preempt the results of this conference. We don't know what will be the results. And this is the reason why we need another part of our mandate to do, react on citizens' ideas, as I said. We use 3 Ps here. 1 P is a multilingual digital platform. You know that we need 24 languages. So this digital platform will be the hub of the conference. So whoever wants to come up with idea, with the organization of event, or with a comment, can come to this digital platform, of course, if he abides by the charter of the conference. Then we will have citizens panels. We will have 4 citizens panels with 200 citizens, which means 800 citizens, who will be chosen by randomly selection. So this means that everybody can be in these panels, but we have criteria, which is age, geographical distribution, socioeconomic background, and of course, rural, urban, and gender, which is also very important. And we will always have 1 male and female. So gender equality is very important for this commission. And you know that this is first ever gender balance commission. And we are taking care about this. And then 1 P platform, another P is panels, and 3rd P is conference plenary. In conference plenary, citizens will be able to talk and to exchange the views with, as I said, national parliamentarians, European parliamentarians, with governments and with everyone. So we want them to be part of this big conference plenary. And then we will have conclusions, executive board, which I'm one of 3 co-chairs. We will then draw up conclusions, and we will present this to joint presidency, which is president of the council, president of the commission, and president of the European Parliament. And then we will start our legislative procedure. So this is how this conference will work.
Very good, terrific. You've outlined several times the importance of citizens' engagement for improving democratic resilience in the Union. But perhaps I can ask you a slightly provocative question. Is it always engagement that's the core issue? And I ask that because referenda, as we've seen on a number of occasions, have yielded results which are quite problematic. My question is it perhaps the question of how we ensure that the citizenry is informed so that they can exercise their citizenship in a meaningful way? Are you looking at that particular issue as well?
Yes, I think that communication will be key here. So communication is always very important, and how we communicate is reflected to our citizens. So we think that, that we live in a new era today. The world has been changing. Europe has been changing. So we have to change too. So this is the reason why we are using this innovative tool, because politics is not anymore business as usual. So we have to change and to use innovative tools in order to approach citizens. And this is the reason why we are all the time advocating citizens' engagement, of course, but this time this will be more listening exercise. So we will listen and see what our citizens want. And we are approaching not only those who are in favor of European projects, we want also those who are skeptical to European project. We also want those who are critical. We don't want to listen only good things about us. We want to see what lies behind their attitude towards the European project. So what is the reason for rise of populism nowadays? So let's see what are their fears, what are their concerns, and we will try to reply to their ideas. So feedback mechanism is also very important this time, because before, as you said, there were a lot of different conventions, citizens dialogues, but there was not feedback mechanism was not envisaged. This time you will be able to follow your idea at any time, at any moment on this digital platform to see what is happening with your idea. You can comment it, you can share it, you can exchange views. Someone from Finland can exchange view with someone from Malta, or someone from Portugal with someone from Greece. So this is the way how we understand. And this is a very complex exercise we are starting, but with our responsibility and with goodwill, I think that we will be able to solve this. And of course, this is unprecedented. And I think that we have to make our democracy better. Democracy has to evolve. It's not static. It has been evolving, and we have to cherish this. And this is the way how European Union, European Commission, and all institutions agree how to try to make this happen.
Well, let me bring in the transatlantic dimension to this, because I think we're speaking to a largely, American audience for the program, and many in the United States will be looking at what you are doing with great interest. Both sides of the Atlantic are suffering from some of the same symptoms of weaknesses in our democracy. Can you tell us already now, even though we haven't quite launched this, what lessons perhaps are in store for the United States? Do you think this is something that could be useful for us in the United States to engage in?
We know that United States and Europe are bedrocks of democracy, and transatlantic relations are very important. And I'm more than happy to see that there is improvement in last few months after Biden's administration came, that these relations will be and are being improved. So we think that democracy, as I said, should be improved, and we can look at each other and see what can we learn from you, and what you can learn from us. So I'm of course looking forward to this the Democracy Summit, which was announced by President Biden during his inaugural speech. And I think this will be also a place where we can exchange our ideas. But of course, you can also American citizens can also take part on digital platform, because this is about future of Europe. But there is no geo-blocking, so you can also come on platform and share your ideas, of course. But as I said, it's about future of Europe. But we are also interested about Europe's role in the world. We want strong Europe in the world, and this is for us very important to hear and to listen what also your citizens have to say. So we are also interested about European citizens who live outside European Union. So there is a reason why we don't have any geo-blocking. Everybody can participate on digital platform. It's not the case for panels and plenaries, but let's see. So I think that transatlantic relations are very important. We have to stay together, and we have to help each other in order to make our democracies always better. I said democracy is not static, and we see how small issues, small trifles can spoil our goodwill. So I'm sure that working together and exchanging the views can make our world better.
Wonderful. Well, we have about 5 minutes, and there is a question from the audience which I wanted to throw in as well. Why was this exercise conducted now? And I also wanted to throw in a question of my own. And obviously you've done a lot of thinking about this. What lessons do you think we can learn from the populists, the demagogues, in terms of the tools that they use, the messages they're using? And what are the things that, frankly, we'd never want to copy from the populists?
Thank you for this question. There are many lessons to be learned, but the reason why we are organizing this conference now, first of all, as I said, it was envisaged in 2019 before we know that the pandemic would happen. So the reasons for not being able to start last year was pandemic. We were in the middle of pandemic, but this year we realized that with the help of digital tools, with the help of new technologies, that we are able to start. And for us, the 9th of May is symbolic date, and we are always thinking and wondering what would Robert Schuman say. What would Robert Schuman say if he sees what is going on in Europe? He is one of our founding fathers. So we think that now we need this conference more than ever, because in some member states and in some states in the European Union, there is a threat to democracy, and we think there are some authoritative and populistic ideas, and we think that we have to, as I said, to approach to citizens and to see what lies behind. Of course, in the world of Twitter, Facebook, social media, Instagram, only 140 characters, you can not express yourself, but you can make people believe you. You can easily make promises. You are very, I hope you know well what I'm talking about. So we think that this is not enough to express ourselves in short sentences and in short 140 characters, and that we have to open genuine, sincere dialogue with citizens and also with institutions. Institutions also have to be changed, and we are changing, as I said. So I think lessons learned are that we have to come closer. We have to engage our citizens and make them active citizens. And this is the reason why we think that I cannot say more, because I don't want to influence. I don't want to preempt the results. Maybe I have some opinions, but we don't want to preempt. We will see what will they say, and is it possible to act according to their ideas.
In the final 3 minutes, perhaps I could ask you a question about the social contract. A lot of young people feel that the implicit promise that they had with the older generation has been broken, that they will have to pay the price for to clean up the environment and to address climate change. They will have to pay a price in terms of the pandemic. They will have to pay a price in many other ways. How are you addressing this sense of broken promises and reaching out to the young?
You are touching upon the very core of my portfolio, because I'm dealing with intergenerational solidarity, with aging, and with all these issues. And as you know, we have a Resilience and Recovery Fund, which is popularly called Next Generation EU. And we know that they will pay the price for this literally. But at the same time, we are preparing this world and we are preparing Europe for next generation. So we need these intergenerational ties, and we need also knowledge, wisdom, and expertise from older people, but we need also their energy, creativity of young people. And the reason I haven't mentioned the structure of this conference. Each and every panel and conference should be comprised of 1/3 of young people from 16 to 25, because we think we cannot create the future, their future, and we cannot talk about them without them. So we have to create the future with them. And the reason for this popular title of this Recovery and Resilience Fund, which is enormous, as you know, European Commission will borrow the money on capital market in order to transform Europe. We are, as you know, we are undergoing a period of transformation, transition in digital and climate goals. As you know, EU Green Deal is very important. So we know that young people are aware of this fact, and you saw that young people, they lead in the streets of Europe, but also in the States. They are aware of racism, they are aware of climate change, and we have to listen to them too. And this is the reason we have to include them. And the future is theirs, and they will live in this future, and we are preparing together this future, but transformed future on climate goals, and on, of course, digital is self-evident. Now we saw how prepared we are.
Well, we've come to the end of our allotted time, but I'm sure everyone on this in this program will wish you and the Commission and the conference every good wish and Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you. I was trying to do my best, but the time was limited. So thank you again, and all the best to your audience.
Good afternoon from Berlin, where it snowed today, and good morning to those of you who listen and from in the United States. So today we talk about European power, or what's left of it. I'm your moderator. My name is Jana Polierin, and I'm thrilled to be joined by an excellent panel to discuss this question. I'll introduce my panelists briefly. I have Anu Bradford with me. She is a professor of law and international organization at Columbia Law University. I have David McAllister, who is the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the European Parliament. I have Luc van Middelaar, who is a professor at the University of Leiden and one of the leading experts on the EU in Europe, and another leading expert, Nathalie Tocci. She is not only the director of IAI, a think tank working on foreign policy in Italy, but also a special advisor to Josep Borrell, the High Representative of the European Union. I think this is a very timely topic. Mr. Borrell's visit in Moscow has made headlines. Also, the visit of Charles Michel and Ursula von der Leyen when they visited President Erdogan, and Sofagate happened. And listening to Mr. Borrell in Moscow and watching Charles Michel and Ursula von der Leyen, one, as a bystander, could get the impression that the EU is a rather toothless tiger nowadays and can be pushed around by other players. It has hardly played any role in global conflicts in Syria and Belarus and Nagorno-Karabakh. So I'm asking my panel here, is the EU still powerful? And if so, what is your favorite EU superpower? And I start with Anu.
Thank you, Jana. Hello, everyone. So I think we need to acknowledge that power comes in many forms, and it depends on which dimension of power we talk about, whether you can characterize the EU as powerful or not. So if I need to pick the EU's superpower, I do pick the EU's ability to regulate the world. So this is something that I have described as the Brussels effect. So the European Union is one of the largest and wealthiest consumer markets in the world. And there are very few global companies that can afford not to trade in the EU. So in order to have access to the EU market, these companies need to obey the European rules. But often they decide that it's in their interest to apply the European rule across their global conduct or global production. So this is the mechanism, the market forces, the self-interest of global companies that have really allowed the EU to transpose its rules across the world. So one question is then whether this kind of regulatory power matters. Does it really matter that companies like Facebook and Google have adopted the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, as their global privacy policy? That companies like YouTube remove some speech as hate speech when that is defined as such by the European Union. We have examples across the environmental space, how the European Union is shaping the environmental practices of global companies. So the list could go on and on. We also see examples of the governments around the world looking to the EU when drafting their own regulations, using the EU laws as a template. So this is, in my view, real power and real influence, because it is something that each of us in this call and beyond feel every day. The European regulations affect the food we eat, the air we breathe, and the products we produce and consume. So in that sense, I would not only call it power, I would call it superpower.
Thank you, Anu. David, is that also the superpower you would choose?
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed just hearing what Ms. Bradford had to say. I would like to underline a lot. I would say, in addition to what Ms. Bradford has presented, we Europeans should be proud that over the past 71 years now, we have moved away from the qualification of being an economic power, but a political dwarf, to an even stronger global economic power on the one hand, with all the potential we have as just described. But at an international stage, we are also a respected partner of choice for allies across the globe. We are a firm defender of multilateralism. We are the #1 donor in the world for humanitarian aid and a reliable mediator in conflict resolution. So some may call us a soft power, and indeed we are, because we're not assertive enough in the military and defense field, yes, but I don't believe this is a sign of weakness, because on the contrary, we have proven time over time that we have unique tools using to project power, such as the defense of democracy and human rights, the projection of our values, conflict mediation, and many, many other issues. And now we have to move on under the geopolitical commission of Ursula von der Leyen, adding to all the soft power we have, some hard power. And this means to get serious on common foreign security and defense policy in the European Union.
So we have regulatory superpower, diplomatic superpower. Luke, what's your pick?
Thank you, Jana, and thanks to all the others for joining. I would focus on something else, picking up your idea, Jana, of the EU being a toothless tiger. I would rather say that the EU does have teeth, but the problem is that it's afraid to use its own power. And the geopolitical transformation people are talking about these days is about the EU being more willing to use its strength. And that is a real change. If you think back, like David McAllister just did, at the founding days of the European Union 70 years ago, it was all about escaping a world of power, a world of conflicts, territorial conflicts, borders, etc., and bringing about a new order, first within Europe, tearing down borders. And this was also seen, let's say, as a precursor, as a kind of avant-garde of a global multilateral order, or even of world peace, where Europeans were a beacon or thought of themselves that way. But I think, notwithstanding what has just been said by Arno and David, some of that dream has fallen apart in previous years because of the Trump years and because of the rise of Chinese power. So the idea that Europe is presenting a new normative power, soft power, etc., was only possible in a way thanks to the underpinning of the European integration project by hard power, by US hard power. And that division of labor is no longer, and I'm happy to be able to say this at the EU-U.S. forum, the division of labor is no longer entirely convincing and persuasive for the Europeans. And that's why this topic of power is really at the heart of current reflection. And it will be, but on the superpower is about, starts with the will to use the power which we have.
Thank you. I think we come to many of these aspects later. But we have the regulatory power, the diplomatic power, the, let's call it geopolitical power in the making. And now I'm curious what Natalie sees as kind of the EU's biggest power, actually.
I would say, Jana, the EU is a resilient superpower. So I think resilience, and by this I mean the ability to change, is really what constitutes European power. And I say this because I connect it to the point that you started off with, the toothless tiger. And I think it's kind of worth asking ourselves, why is it that all of a sudden we've realized now that we are a toothless tiger? Well, the reason is that we used to be a tiger that had teeth, but the way we exerted that power, that influence, through conditionality, through socialization processes, be it through development, through trade, through enlargement policy, through the neighborhood policies, basically that doesn't seem to work anymore. And it doesn't seem to work anymore for the simple reason that, and this connects to a point that was making, the world has changed. And we are no longer exercising that power within the contours of the so-called international liberal order, in which kind of everyone, well, either we thought, or it really was the case, that everyone wanted to kind of sort of look more like us, and all we had to do was nudge them along the way. So that world is gone, and you know, as European Union, we kind of went through, and we are going through, in some respects, more or less kind of, you know, 15 odd years of crisis after crisis, both internally and of course externally as well. Be it the Eurozone crisis, the migration crisis, now the pandemic crisis. And here I come to resilience. Having gone through several of these crises that everyone thought, hey, they're going to collapse, you know, this is going to be the crisis one crisis too many. It hasn't quite happened. And to an extent, particularly over the course of this third crisis, or in fact, one can look at the constitutional treaty crisis as being the first, so maybe fourth crisis. In a sense, we are rediscovering the sense of solidarity, not because we love one another, not out of a sense of altruism, but out of a sort of understanding or a re-understanding of what our interests are. So in a sense, there's a greater understanding that we are a community of fate than there was only a few years ago. And of course, it doesn't mean to say that it's, you know, that's it and it's a done deal. There's still a lot of work to be done. You know, I think sort of, you know, going to a point that Anna was making, I think that to continue being that regulatory power, we cannot simply be good at making rules, but we have to become increasingly good at innovation, at working on our internal fragmentations. Because it's not going to be good enough to be a big market. You know, we have to be good as much on the, if you like, supply side as the demand side, so to speak. So there is work to be done, but I think that now we are in a moment in which, as I said, having gone through crises that the rest of the world looked at us and says, and sort of thought, here they are on the verge of collapse. It hasn't happened, and it hasn't happened because at the end of the day, we have, as a European project, demonstrated a degree of resilience, if you like, that probably no one really had much trust in.
Thank you. So we have diplomatic superpower, we can set rules and standards, we are resilient, and we are a geopolitical power in the making. I'm somewhat glad that none of you has mentioned the military superpower that the EU has been developing since 2016. The European Commission usually says that we have done so much more in the previous kind of 4 years than in the 40 years before that. So, but none of you made this argument. But nevertheless, Luke was talking about work share. So coming back to the tiger, is it, and traditional kind of means of power, how likely do you think that the EU will be able to grow teeth after all? And I start with David and his assessment of the teeth.
Well, in these days, you cannot discuss this kind of issue without mentioning the buzzword of strategic autonomy, or the word I would prefer to use is European strategic sovereignty. But we know what this means. In the end, it's about Europe being ready to undertake our global responsibilities, to defend our political positions and interests, and to act in line with our values, without turning our back on our allies and partners. And the European Union was created as an economic project. And what we have seen since 2016, that we've probably made more steps towards a real common European security and defense policy, more steps towards a European Defense Union than in 55, 60, 65 years before. And this all started under Federica Mogherini as our High Representative and Vice President. So we now have a few cornerstones: the structured cooperation, the permanent structured cooperation, PESCO, the European Defence Fund, and the coordinated annual reviews on defence. But all these activities we are developing within the framework of the European Union, and this is very important to underline, to our American partners and friends. For me, this is absolutely clear, is not about doing anything in competition with NATO or against NATO or duplicating NATO efforts. It's about strengthening the European pillar within NATO, because we are fully aware that the alliance with the United States and Canada and the United Kingdom is crucial for our security and defense in Europe. So we want to become more European. That's what we have to do in the next years, but we need to remain transatlantic. And because action speaks more than words, I was happy to see yesterday that the United States, Canada, and Norway were allowed to join one of the most important projects of the Permanent Structured Cooperation, the military mobility. This is for me a good example how you can strengthen the transatlantic bond and also strengthen EU-NATO cooperation.
Thank you. But nevertheless, I go to Natalie again with that question, because Natalie was very much involved in building this new architecture, defense architecture. And Natalie, my rather maybe provocative question is, does a PESCO project really kind of change the calculus that a competitor has looking at the EU? So does it really make a difference, or is it just a kind of nice institutions on nice projects on, I don't know, a diving school in Greece somewhere?
I would say, Anna, to that question, it could, but it doesn't. And it could, but it doesn't, because 5 years on now, it's simply not good enough anymore to say, you know, we're building the building blocks and we have a fund and we have permanent structured cooperation and we have, the point is that we are surrounded by crises. And we're surrounded by crises in which, as European Union, regardless of whether we use PESCO or no PESCO, or battle groups or no battle groups or whatever, the point is that as Europeans, we do nothing. And this, at the end of the day, is what makes the difference. Yes, you know, we're all, and obviously I worked on this myself, I work on this myself, you know, as many of you as well, but it's not good enough to build mechanisms and write papers and take decisions on instruments. You need to, taking responsibility means taking risk. And this is where we fail miserably, frankly speaking, as Europeans. And I don't see much progress going on. And it's the divisions between member states. We're unfortunately terribly united in our passivity in all of these crises. And unless we start seeing some of this happening, we can build all the mechanisms and instruments, but no one is going to take us seriously, not even we do.
Thank you for pouring a little water into the wine, but leaving the military sphere.
Natalie, we are now starting to building the projects you designed.
Let's use them. That's my point. Let's use them.
Maybe we kind of stop the kind of military perspective right now and look into another field that Anu mentioned in the beginning, and maybe challenging this regulatory superpower aspect a little bit. Because Natalie has just mentioned that in order to be a regulatory power, you also need to have, for example, new technology. In order to set standards for new technologies, you have to be able to also kind of produce them, invent them, make them. Do you think that the EU is still a front runner in this regard?
So I absolutely wanted to build on the comment that Natalie made, because I think it's a key. We cannot be content just to be the regulator of the new technologies. The EU cannot just be the referee. It needs to get on the field, play the game, play offense and play defense and play well. And I think we can do that because in many ways, the regulatory power that the EU has should give it the confidence that it can set the rules for that game to the extent that the game is not tilted against the European success. And there are additional instruments that we have been deploying. For instance, we talked about the digital tax, now see very positive developments with more assertive diplomacy, potentially getting the United States and the world on board to create a more level playing field. We just have the new regulatory proposal unveiled on controlling better foreign subsidies that can distort the marketplace. So yes, we do need to worry that the level playing field is there, but that is not the only thing. We also need to invest decisively in building these new technologies. We need to build in the human capabilities, which also includes not relying only on European talent. We need to become the magnet for the world talent. That is one of the recipes of American technological leadership, and I want Europe to follow that path. We need to complete our capital markets union so that we can fund those European innovations. So there is a list, and I want us to be distinctly ambitious about that list. And I would like to think that the new AI regulation, for instance, tries to chart that path forward. We understand that we need to invest and embrace these technologies. The AI is an opportunity, it is not a threat. But we also assert our values in what is the kind of AI future that we want to lead. So in many ways, there doesn't need to be a trade-off between innovation and regulation. There can be regulation that is enabling of innovation combined with other reforms that are needed for that European leadership.
Thank you, Anu. Coming back to what you have said, Luke, the geopolitical power in the making. So how do you assess the work of von der Leyen's so-called geopolitical commission so far? Has she been successful in your eyes? And what do you think, what prevents the European Union from becoming more geopolitical?
Well, I think she was right in pointing to that term, but I have some doubts in ascribing this quality of geopolitical to the European Commission as an institution. For me, it is a much larger transformation, which is about the European Union as a whole, which should become more geopolitical, and with the Commission at the service of that idea. And that goes back to the discussion we just had also on even on matters of defense. Because sometimes there's a misunderstanding of thinking that Europe is completely identified with the EU, with EU actors, with EU representatives. And especially in defense, as we just noticed, then it all still is and remains in the domain, let's say, of projects and declarations. But at the same time, the European Union is a union of 27 states, member states, some of which do dispose of a very strong military marine. So let me take one concrete example to see how this plays out. Last year, there was last summer and last autumn, there were skirmishes in the Mediterranean between Turkey and 2 EU member states, Greece and Cyprus. Turkey exploring territorial waters, a bit intimidating. It was a bit robust and nasty. Well, the EU as such could do not much. But France, President of France, Macron said, well, hey, listen, these are EU fellow member states. Their territory is in a way threatened. I'm going to send out the Marine. So he sent a French naval ship. And this is not an EU flag on that naval ship, but it was a European EU mission in a way, in a broader sense, which did show some classic hard power, and which was one reason President Erdogan of Turkey backed off, among other reasons, obviously. So this is just to say that, for me, it's key to frame this idea of a geopolitical European Union in the context of an interaction between the EU institutions, between Brussels and the national capitals, and first and foremost, those who have disposed of military power in this respect. And the same is true for the other fields of action. Because if we only look at the EU institutions to carry the weight of projecting hard power, I'm afraid we will look a long time. So it's urgent to create that interaction, interplay at all levels of political decision-making and of preparation for Europe as a whole, the Union as a whole, to project that geopolitical power.
Take your point and give it to David McAllister, who basically in our panel here represents a European institution, the European Parliament. So my question to you is, how do you react to what Luke has just said? How well do you think kind of the EU institutions are connected to member states, or this Brussels level and the national level? Is that working well? And maybe another short question, kind of looking at SOFA-gate, one of the problems seems to be that there are too many people around who want to represent the EU kind of in foreign policy. Do you think there is also a problem that you have just too many people wanting to have a say?
Well, on Sofagate, I think this issue has been discussed thoroughly enough for many weeks, including a plenary debate in the European Parliament. We've been very clear as European Parliament that this shall never happen again. And this needs to be sorted out between the team of the President of the European Council and the team of the Commission President. And I think the President of the European Council knows that there's still room for improvement when it comes to their protocol work. I think this was very unfortunate what happened in Ankara, but I would prefer to talk about EU-Turkey relations in substance. But I think I've been clear here where the difficulties were, and the Turkish foreign minister also yesterday, or was it today, in a German newspaper interview, always said it was not the Turkish protocol who was responsible for this mess, but the European Council President's team. Now, what we've heard, I think that's a legitimate criticism. Yes, being a geopolitical commission is a big word. You won't reach this from one day to the other. This is a longer process. I think what is important is, if we want to strengthen the EU's common foreign and security policy, we also need a more coherent approach, first of all, within the Brussels institutions. We need to fine-tune not only our foreign policy, but also our security and defense policy, our international trade policy, our development policy, our enlargement policy, and our neighborhood policy. So that is a big, big challenge, and responsible for this is the High Representative and Vice President, Josep Borrell. That's for one point. But the second point is, as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I am entitled to take part in the informal meetings of EU foreign ministers. And I witness this 2 or 3 times a year when 27 foreign ministers sit around the table. On Sundays, they all agree in their speeches that we need a more united, a more assertive, a stronger European foreign policy. But they don't always remember what they said on Sundays when they sit around the table on Mondays. So what we have to do to become a more serious geopolitical player is also to improve the decision-making processes within the member states in order to act more swiftly, to become more ambitious, and to allow the European Union actually to move beyond the current state of play. But this, in the end, lies in the hands of the 27 member states. The High Representative can only react and act if the 27 member states are capable of speaking with one voice, singing from one hymn sheet, as the English say, and actually give him more responsibility.
I saw Natalie nodding vigorously. So Natalie, what is your take on kind of the interaction between member states and the EU institutions? And how can we, as David McAllister has just said, how can we achieve that the EU is speaking with one voice really? And how can we kind of convince member states to give up more power and to delegate it to Brussels? Is that at all possible?
Well, I mean, I think that I think there are different ways in which this can be done. I mean, there is the question of decision making, which obviously then gets us into the whole debate over qualified majority voting and how to achieve that. And given that European integration is by definition a process, it will probably not be achieved as a one-shot game, but it can be achieved in a sense precisely in the way in which the Commission President has outlined. Yeah, so you start with issues like human rights, passing through, sort of a notch up going to sanctions, and then also considering that when it comes to approving a European CSDP mission or operation, you do not veto if you do not intend participating. It's all very well that not everyone has to do everything, but at least if you don't intend participating, don't prevent others from doing so. So I think, one can outline, if you like, a process of that kind. One can also imagine measures that can be taken to, in a sense, responsibilize and empower member states to act in the name of the European Union. So, the idea of looking at contact groups in connection with European institutions, provided that the contact groups do not always include the same member states, but having different configurations for different conflicts or crises or issues that you want to tackle, creating that institutional link with the EU institutions so those that are not included. Do not feel excluded, but empowering the member states to act in the name of the European Union, because David is absolutely right. You know, member states, foreign ministers enter a meeting, they sign off on council conclusions, they walk out, and they forget the minute they walk out of that door.
Huge agreement here. I would like for 1 minute to come back to Anu, because I'm still drawing on your argument, the regulatory superpower, Anu, and kind of bringing the big power competition to our discussion about European power. I'm wondering whether kind of that regulatory power doesn't depend on the globalization, on open markets, and on and on open trade. So with the growing competition between the US and China, we see also some tendencies of decoupling and maybe a competition who sets the standards. But how likely or how resistant or resilient, as Natalie said in the beginning, is the EU in its regulatory power vis-a-vis this great power competition and also this changing view on globalization?
So you're absolutely right that the regulatory power depends on globalization. It is the dynamics of the global markets that persuade the companies to pursue uniformity and opt for European standards globally. But we cannot be complacent, because China is constantly increasing its regulatory capabilities. And we see it being especially assertive when it comes to digital economy, exporting its standards through building infrastructure, telecommunications, e-commerce infrastructure across the world, and exporting its digital authoritarian standards in the process. So this is an example where the EU needs to continue to regulate not just unilaterally, but also reach out to like-minded countries, the techno-democracies, the United States, where we see very much eye to eye in thinking about the threat posed by Chinese standard setting. Work more in international organizations like the International Telecommunications Union, or ICANN, where the US and the EU have dropped the ball and let the Chinese take on a very active role in standard setting. So I don't think the European standard setting needs to come to an end because of the great power competition, but the EU needs to be particularly conscious in seeing how countries like China are increasingly stepping ahead and upping their game as well. And the digital economy, that's where I would say that this is the battle of standards, is the battle of the values, where we talk about the future of liberal democracy and individual freedom, and where we really can't afford to lose that fight.
Thank you. So we have 2 minutes. So one very last question. Speaking about homework, which power capability does the EU need to develop most urgently? And you just have basically 2 sentences to answer this question. I start with Luke.
Well, then I'll pick up on where Anu just left off, which is the power of digital innovation. Because it's great, the global regulatory power, for instance, in data protection. But as when we do not have data to mine in the first place, because all these data are either with the authoritarian Chinese government or with American Silicon Valley companies, then we are missing a step there. So this is about innovation, about protection jobs for the future.
I think I need to stop you here because I want to hear it from the others as well, and we are running out of time. So David, very briefly, your homework power.
Most important power would be the power of unity. The official motto of the European Union is united in diversity. I haven't read anything about being blocked in squabbles. So if we really want to become a serious global actor, it's so crucial that we show more unity among the 27 EU member states.
Thank you. Natalie, very briefly.
Well, I mean, clearly, obviously, on the one hand, defense capabilities, I'm not going to go through the list there. I think we all know what we're talking about. Digital innovation, I guess Anna's going to talk about that, so I'll leave that. I would add to this, on the energy front, I think that what we also need to do, given that we're talking about Green Deal, green transition, is thinking about what kind of green capabilities we need to have in order not to, if you like, consign ourselves keys in hand to the Chinese.
Okay, Anu, we're out of time, but
I got to say my word already. I cast my vote for the digital power and innovation.
Okay, so thank you very much, and back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Jana. What a terrific conversation. Thank you for joining us live from Berlin. So the European Union is unique among international institutions. It has an extraordinary ability to set norms and standards, to develop regulations that change the face of industries, and to reimagine how to use power in a global system, as we just heard. So together, the European Union, the United States, are doing even more by helping to set global norms and standards. But sometimes there are debates within the transatlantic community about how to prioritize different policies, sometimes different values. No one expects the European Union and the United States to agree on everything. But we can acknowledge that even when opinions diverge, if we can, we're stronger together.
One area of continued debate is security and defense. The transatlantic relationship is not purely a collective defense alliance, though that is certainly one of the most important pillars of the transatlantic bond. It does serve as one of the most influential elements of the relationship, and it fosters both impressive acts of coordination and passionate debates.
Absolutely, Denise. We have a lot of those at the Atlantic Council. We were able to achieve much together because we worked in tandem. That's so clear. And despite disagreements and debates, that stands truer than ever in a more complex and more dangerous world. That's the premise of our conversations these 3 days. So now I want to turn to Elena Kudsko, Director of the GlobeSec Policy Institute, who's going to moderate our next discussion on exactly these issues. How do we strengthen Europe's role in transatlantic security? Elena hails from Bratislava, where we have a strategic partnership with GlobeSec. We're proud of that partnership here at the Atlantic Council. Elena, over to you.
Welcome, everyone, and greetings from Bratislava. Thank you, our friends at the Atlantic Council, for holding this forum. It is my pleasure to guide you through our next session, Strengthening Europe's Role in Transatlantic Security. As we just heard, the case for a stronger Europe in transatlantic defense and security has become resounding in the past decade. However, we still have a lot of work to do to reach a shared understanding on the scope of European ambition, the pace of ambition measured against reality, of course, and the practical path forward for transatlantic allies. We have an impressive panel today to reflect on these issues. I'm honored to open the conversation with Max Bergman, Senior Fellow at the Center for American Progress, Natalie Lozo, Chair of the Subcommittee on Security and Defense at the European Parliament, representing Renew Europe France, and Anna Wieslander, who is Director, Northern Europe at the Atlantic Council. As a warm-up, let's try to have a brief definition of the concept that's been very heatedly debated, strategic autonomy. Natalie Lozo, I'll go first to you. What do Europeans mean when they say strategic autonomy?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And directly trying to answer your question, I would say that strategic autonomy sounds like good news. This is European willingness to become a relevant and reliable security provider, working with allies every time it can, and working autonomously whenever it has to, because we may have our own priorities or our own challenges, which may not be shared by allies, or sometimes contradicted by allies, like it happened, for instance, in the recent months and years with Turkey in East Med or in Libya. This was the definition of 2016 global strategy. But recently, with the pandemic, this notion of strategic autonomy became wider. We know that we are too dependent on and too vulnerable technologically, industrially, towards some powers which might not be friendly, namely China. And the appropriate answer to this kind of challenge is more a union like the European Union with the vast range of instruments that we have than simply a military alliance. So this is not contradictory with NATO. This is not against the United States. This is a strong pillar of a transatlantic partnership.
Thank you so much, Natalie. I'll jump straight to Max, who is sitting at the other side of the Atlantic. Max, Natalie says strategic autonomy is good news. What do Americans think when they hear European strategic autonomy?
Well, I think they're kind of confused, and I think haven't spent a lot of time thinking about what strategic autonomy means. I think there's some concern that this may mean going against NATO. And I think, Washington has sort of been, I think, stuck very much in the 1990s. We're seeing the EU as somewhat of a competitor to NATO when NATO didn't seem to have a real mission or purpose in the 1990s, and Washington was concerned about its future. But to me, strategic autonomy is essentially Europe being able to act independently and on its own without needing the United States. And I think that's something Washington should actually embrace. And just one quick example, when I was in the State Department and there was a French need to intervene in Africa, the French needed US military capabilities to provide air refueling, to provide ISR. And we had to provide this as if it were as if we were providing assistance to a developing country. And these are the sort of capabilities that I think we should encourage Europe to develop so they don't have to come to the United States or don't rely on the United States to operate militarily. And I think that's how I think Europeans should pose this to the United States. It's actually Europe stepping up.
Thank you so much, Max. It is probably also a good time to reflect on the recent news that might help us shed some light on this confusion. Right before the forum, it was announced that the United States is joining a PESCO project on military mobility. This announcement was heralded as a sign that the Biden administration is receptive to EU's defense ambition and sees tangible value in projects organized within the EU framework. I have a question for Anna Wieslander. Should we read this announcement as an illustration of a convergence between the EU and US in understanding what European strategic autonomy is about?
Yes, I think this is a really positive sign. It's a great sign. The US doing this alongside of Canada and Norway, using the ability of third states to participate in EU projects. And military mobility is exactly one of these projects where NATO and the EU needs to cooperate. It's a flagship project that will enable reinforcements and readiness along the eastern flank, but you need the EU, its infrastructure, its legislation in order to make that work. So I think what we see here is the Biden administration approaching the issue of strategic autonomy, which is a confusing term also among EU member states, as a question of responsibility sharing and developing burden sharing. And I think that's the right approach to see that how can we work together. That's how we should see European defense actually. This is about responsibility sharing in a very challenging world setting marked by increasing great power competition.
Thank you so much, Anna. And I'll go back to Natalie Lozo. The discussion on European strategic autonomy in Europe has often faced criticism that the practical dimension lags behind the theoretical debate. It is good to have ambition, but the proof is in the pudding. If we talk about tangible deliverables, what milestones and practical steps you would like to see in the upcoming months that would demonstrate measurable progress towards a more capable Europe?
Actually, we've started walking the walk after talking the talk, and I think it's more interesting to practice strategic autonomy than to discuss about it for years. We started in a weird way, as the European Union always does. We started with building instruments, and now we are thinking about the reasons why we should use these instruments. We have money to have common efforts on capabilities. This is the European Defence Fund, which was voted in the European Parliament some days ago. We have PESCO projects, as mentioned, and military mobility is a flagship project. This is an incentive to have more cooperation and more investment from member states in research, development, in capabilities as well. And we have missions and operations outside Europe. We have a number of them, but their mandates and sometimes their staffing are still a little weak, and we have to go further. Now we are engaged in a very important and interesting process, which we call our strategic compass. This is discussing how we assess threats together. This was done, and this was really useful and informative. And how do we answer to these threats together? And we see that there are more and more challenges which are hybrid, cyber attacks, disinformation, in which we need all our European instruments to address these challenges. And of course, we work on our partnership, NATO being the most important of them, but not the only one. And we have to make progress in all these directions. It sounds very ambitious, and we have to live up to these ambitions. But I think that there is awareness. There is both a sense of relief that the transatlantic partnership is on the good rails now, and also a sense of urgency, because challenges and threats around Europe are bigger than ever.
Thank you so much. We see that indeed a lot of is happening in the European Union when it comes to defense and security, but I also want to connect your points about the sense of relief connected to the new administration in Washington, D.C. and transatlantic relations, and go with it back to Max. Max, as you pointed out before in your work, especially under the Trump administration, the U.S. demonstrated almost dogmatic opposition to the EU's involvement in defense and security. Do you see some kind of a paradigm shift in the White House connected to the attitude towards the European Union? And in your calls to embrace the EU as a security ally, what is the elevator pitch of the EU's added value?
Well, I think the elevator pitch is that the EU, the size of the EU and the size of its economy is the same as the United States and China. It's essentially another major economic pillar. And so if we're looking to cooperate on climate, on trade, on technology, the EU is our fundamental ally, and especially in a time when the United States is not as strong as it once was. We need powerful allies, particularly as we sort of deal with competition with China. And I also think that the EU is a source of, a theater for geopolitical competition, where Russia and China seek to divide Europe, seek to cultivate relationships with various European actors, and want Europe to be weak. We should want Europe to be strong. And I think when it comes to the Biden administration, I think there's a recognition of this being the case. But I think for 20 plus years, the United States has viewed the EU very skeptically. We've not quite understood it, literally don't quite understand how it's structured. It's a new form of political organization. We're used to dealing with states. And so I think there's a real, you don't sort of turn the aircraft carrier right away. There's a real learning curve that I think exists, in particularly in the State Department, where we've dealt with the EU in a kind of hands-off, skeptical manner, and not dealt with it, I think, in a strategic way. And I think that's beginning to shift with the Biden administration. I think the US-EU summit should provide a real venue to put that on display.
Thank you so much, Max. Natalie and Max already touched upon a little bit about the broadening definition of the concept of security per se, and the increasingly wide range of challenges that we have to address. Anna, I want to talk to you a little bit about the impact of pandemic on transatlantic security. With the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the discussions on security and defense acquired an extra level of complexity in addition to all the challenges that we have already had. Of course, it includes concerns about the budgetary allocations given the financial pressures, but it also further reframes the very definition of security and the ways it should be provided. What is your view on how the pandemic changes transatlantic security strategy?
I think both Natalie and Max have touched upon the most important trends, you can say. I think it has accelerated trends that we have seen already. So when it comes to autonomy, those discussions are a lot broader now than they were previously, connected to supply chains, connected to health, connected to cyber, and so on. And there it is not directed, as we said, only again, it's not in relationship to the US, but a lot is about China, the vulnerability of global supply chains. And I think what's important now for Europe is to see that this is not about, protectionism, in that sense, but it's about more of a comprehensive security approach, perhaps, to be more resilient and to look at smart ways of becoming more resilient in still a globalized world. So because otherwise we will lose a lot of our prosperity, and I mean, EU builds on trade and open borders, and we want to keep it that way. But still, you would have to look at, for instance, production to keep perhaps some sites for some crucial production possibilities. Natural resources, for instance, the diversity of the flows, storage, and so on. So these are part of what we in Sweden during the Cold War talked about, a comprehensive security approach, a total societal approach of security. And I think that goes for both nations, but also at the EU level, we see more of how we can use Europe as a playing field for storage of critical products and materials, for instance. And then you have the acceleration of the global power competition, with China and Russia being very active towards the EU. So the cohesion question is very important. And that's also very important from the transatlantic point of view. What Max was his pitch here on, we are on the same side. So in that way, Europe is not hedging in between the US and China, for instance. We are, when it comes to cohesion of values, for instance, definitely on the same side. And this has accelerated as well, I think, the unity, the sense of a shared destiny for democracies and for the free and open world, in contrast to increasingly authoritarian regimes and how they use even this kind of vulnerabilities that are apparent during a pandemic. That's really a crucial lesson, I think.
Indeed, the complexity of the European Union might seem befuddling, but this very complexity might come very handy when we're talking about the complex challenges and the ways to address them. I'll go to Natalie Loiseau with the next question. We talk a lot about that Europe needs to take greater responsibility, and there seems to be at least the conceptual understanding that we need to move in this direction. But it does not seem to be a smooth sailing, at least not in all European countries. In some countries, let's say in Germany, it's perceived like a break with the past. In many other countries, there is a need to redefine and rethink their threat assessment in Europe to be more aligned with allies. Is Europe prepared to do more on defense and security?
Well, excellent questions, of course. I would say that the exercise of threat analysis that we've done a few months ago was extremely useful, because everyone came with its own priorities and concerns and shared it with others without prioritizing or without trying to make a common paper out of it. So it showed that this usual way of seeing Europe, with some having more concerns about the eastern flank and others about the southern neighborhood, and some having concerns with nothing, is basically outdated. Terrorism, cyber attacks, no borders, and everybody realizes that it can be a target. But still, there are differences, and you mentioned one of the two elephants in the room, which is Germany. Germany, because of history, because of its constitution, because of its political landscape, is still reluctant to engage more in security in the hard way about it. And it might still be difficult when we see the Greens getting higher in the polls. We need to have a conversation and talk about realities that deserve serious answers. The other elephant is not far away from the room, and it's the UK. Because it has been a very serious security provider within the European Union. Now it's outside of the EU and very reluctant to engage into anything serious with the European Union for reasons related to, I would say, politics and symbols. But to my view, this is not reasonable. There are things that we will not be able to import in NATO for a number of reasons, and that we have to address between the US and the EU, and between the UK and the EU, and especially on hybrid threats. And I really hope that the British authorities will change their mind, get out of slogans and realize that there is a need to work seriously on a number of threats and challenges. Global Britain doesn't mean Britain turning its back to its closest neighbors.
Jumping on the second elephant in the room, the United Kingdom, I want to go back to Anna, who's written extensively on how the UK can work with Germany and France, and of course others, on moving forward the European security. Anna, how do we bring in the UK?
Well, I think at the moment, I mean, the UK as the leading military power of Europe is outside of the EU, and that's important to recognize. They are inside of NATO. So here we need to find, and at the same time, as we heard, increasing ambitions within the EU for defense and security. So we need to align these things and work together towards a more of a European pillar in NATO, meaning more of taking on burdens and responsibility, but within the same team, so to say, as the US, the same framework. And here we have a consultation mechanism, which is informal between the UK, France, and Germany, which is called the E3. It has mostly been used within the Iran deal and afterwards there, but it has expanded now. And I think that as an avant-garde, in order to kind of calibrate various initiatives, as we have heard within the EU on defense, there are other formats that are engaging groups of countries on defense, French initiative, EI2, and there is the Northern Group and the Joint Expeditionary Force within the UK, for instance. Germany has a framework nation concept that they are pushing, and there are several others. So we need to have some kind of idea how to move forward on this without losing the larger framework and without having unnecessary duplications and costly solutions for many countries in the EU who are smaller nations, middle or smaller sized nations. You really need to think about those aspects as well as we have a more challenging environment to navigate in. So more of congruence between the EU and NATO, but also between smaller and bigger countries.
Thank you so much, Anna. I want to go back to Max with another element that was mentioned before, and that's this concept of which threats are outdated and what are our forward-looking assessments of security realities and our preparedness for them. In his recent address, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin outlined his vision of the concept of integrated deterrence. Against the backdrop of changes in warfare defined by new technologies, he highlighted the urgent need for the US to invest in the emerging technologies, develop new operational concepts, and of course, redefine what capabilities we need. The UK that we just discussed also had recently its integrated review and put strong emphasis on the emerging technologies. How do we adjust transatlantic security cooperation in accordance with these new concepts and realities? And what can the EU bring to the table here?
So it's a great question. And I think this is, in some ways, because Europe has underinvested in defense, I think there's a real opportunity for Europe to be a leader when it comes to innovation, and particularly rethinking, in some ways, rethinking the structure of its defense forces. I think the challenge is that the current structure of the European defense industrial landscape is not conducive to this sort of innovation because it's done very much on a national basis, not on a European basis. And this is where I think developing new financing tools at NATO, we've thrown out the idea through the Atlantic Council and a report at the Center for American Progress on a NATO bank. And I think part of NATO's 2030 proposals are to create sort of financing so you can invest in startups and other innovation. And I think part of this is that increased industrial collaboration between the US, UK, and EU should be something that we really look at on a NATO lens. But I think the EU also has a fundamental role here in working to sort of integrate the defense industrial capacity on the defense side within the European Union, which currently is sort of less than the sum of its parts.
Thank you, Max. And I want to go back again to Natalie with a similar question, because I know that EU has been trying hard with the European Defence Funds. Of course, there are arguments whether it's sufficient or not, and there are national contributions. Natalie, what's your vision on the EU's contribution to the development of new technologies in the defense and security domain?
Well, there is no doubt that we have to do more, and now there is real awareness about it. So we decided to dedicate 8 billion euros to encourage countries and companies to work together. There has to be at least 3 companies from 3 different countries, big groups and also SMEs and also startups working together, which will make a changes in this very divided landscape of European defense industry. And I think it's good news. Thank you, Max, for saying that when you're late, sometimes you're new and fresh in innovation. Well, it happened, you remember, with Galileo. We started late, it took time. And actually Galileo is a very important and serious instrument, which is no duplication of GPS, but can complement and support GPS when need be. So this is what we will try to do. We have to focus on our operational needs, and we have to focus on innovation. It also provides jobs and competitiveness to the European Union at a moment where we need more countries of the free world with democratic values and support for human rights working on defense and security, because if we don't do it, others will do. And others are doing it, Russia and China, for instance. So we have to be present in the game, and we are trying to do it. But security and defense, as we already mentioned, is not only about defense industry per se. And what we are doing, for instance, in the control of foreign investment in strategic sectors is maybe as important as the rest. And this is really something on which we have made a lot of progress. We left the era of naivete and are becoming more realistic.
And we have about 3 minutes left, so I will try to squeeze in one question to all 3 of you. What do you think is missing in the discussion on the way forward on enhancing Europe's role in transatlantic security? We talked a lot about what Europe should do, so please feel free to also add what the United States should do to enhance Europe's role. Anna, would you like to go first?
Well, thank you. Top of mind for me is to have more of a constructive dialogue on burden sharing and who does what actually, and to be focusing more on what unites us than what divides us, and to have that kind of approach to it. But I think, and I'm not thinking only of capabilities and so on, what's lacking. I'm thinking a lot of the diplomatic efforts, actually, as we see in Europe's neighborhood, for instance. We have a sparking range of conflicts going on. So, can we have more of a substantive discussion with the US? Who takes the lead, where and what on diplomatic means, who supports us, where does we back up? So we have more of a congruence on what actually to do and how to act, because we have quite a lot of means if we want to, but sometimes the political will is lacking, or we are not united in what we want to achieve. And I think this is what I would like to see top of mind during the Biden administration years, because I think we have an opportunity now to work together if we have this approach from both sides.
Thank you so much, Anna. Max, over to you.
So I think the main thing is the US needs to shift its approach toward the EU. If the US had spent the last 20 years pushing the EU to do more on defense, to integrate its defense forces, I think we'd be in a very different place. And the name of the game, I think, is European defense integration, pooling of resources, merging capabilities, and to view the EU not as a competitor to NATO, but as fundamentally a crucial pillar of NATO. And we need to get out of this game of worrying about duplication. What is duplication? It's essentially a bureaucratic concern. It's very minor in the whole larger scheme of things, and something that we can just deal with. So I think it's really about pushing European defense integration is the main thing the United States should really encourage going forward over the next 2 decades.
Thank you so much, Max. And Natalie, back to you for the final words.
Thank you. I would say that the US needs to redefine what an ally means. An ally is not a competitor. An ally is not a customer. An ally does not steal your leadership. An ally is someone that you can ask for help when you need it, and which you consider in a respectful dialogue. We need to be more relevant, and we are struggling to become so. And there is maybe one thing that I would love to hear disappearing from our conversations. This is the word burden in burden sharing. Our security is not a burden, it's a shared responsibility.
Thank you so much, panelists. Unfortunately, our time is up. Thank you for this enlightening conversation, and to the Atlantic Council for organizing it. And thank you to all of you for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning to America, good afternoon to EU, or even good evening. Greetings from Belgrade. My name is Maja Piščević, and I'm a senior fellow with the Atlantic Council. And I have a very great pleasure today to talk to Commissioner Oliver Várhelyi, EU Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement, in charge of overseeing the accession process of prospective new member states and relations with those bordering the European Union. So as a Serb national, I would like to start from the Western Balkans, because this is a matter of my greatest concern. But let's still begin with the EU neighborhood. As we move out of the pandemic, which we hope is happening right now, I hope so. What are your first three priorities, Commissioner, for your time as Commissioner for the Neighborhood, and where do you see the greatest potential for transatlantic cooperation with the United States?
Well, I hope we were that far ahead in getting out of the crisis. I think that we're still quite a bit to do in it. So now priority should be to bring the vaccines to the neighborhood. We started with the Western Balkans. Now we should be able to bring also to our Eastern partners. Then to design together the economic recovery, because as you have seen all around our neighborhood, the economic impact is at least as devastating as the health impact this crisis had. And of course, looking ahead, we need a strong US presence and a transatlantic cooperation on not only cooperating, but also maybe amplifying the support that we're giving and the impact we're making by complementing much more what we do in our neighborhoods.
You have traveled to North Africa extensively, and the region is of crucial importance to the EU, not just in terms of migration flows. I'd like to ask you, what keeps you up at night about this part of the EU neighborhood, and what makes you optimistic?
What we have seen with the COVID crisis was an extreme vulnerability of the economies and the societies of the southern neighborhood, so Northern Africa. And we have seen how little support they have received from elsewhere. So for us, it was a tremendous job to bring the help as quickly as possible. Not only when it came to addressing the health issues at hand, but also the economic ones. These countries are facing severe social and economic difficulties because their economies are not diverse enough, they're not modern enough, and they are not capable of delivering growth and jobs for the people. We have also seen before the pandemic how strongly the region can be destabilized by the phenomenon of illegal migration. It has put the region in security challenge. It has also created internal political instability. But I was very happy to see that nowadays we are thinking the same way. Europe is much needed in the south for redesigning the economy and helping with the social reforms, but also that the region is now open to address the common challenge, which is fighting illegal migration, smugglers, organized crime, and terrorism.
Okay, thank you for this. I would like now to move to the other part of your neighborhood, to Ukraine. And given the recent rise in tensions between Russia and Ukraine, with whom the European Union has an association agreement, how do you propose moving forward with the EU's relationship with Ukraine? And what are your priorities with the Eastern Partnership countries? And how much coordination with the United States currently exists on policy level in this region?
First of all, when it comes to the security and integrity of Ukraine, we'll continue to stand by Ukraine, no matter what. And no matter what history will bring, we will continue to help them, support them, and help them to resist any pressure coming from Russia. You may have seen that we have been engaging financially even more to help Ukraine in bringing forward the reforms. And that would be the second big challenge the country has to face, which is to speed up the delivery on the necessary reforms that are related to the rule of law, fighting corruption and organized crime. And what we have seen, which is a common phenomenon, unfortunately, in the region, is that because of the lack of resilient economies, the region is vulnerable and prone to pressures coming from its biggest neighbor. Therefore, we are engaging with our Eastern partners, not only to continue the 20 deliverables for 2020, but also to front load and design together a modern new economy that is based on a Green Deal, that is based on digital transformation, but which also brings speedier integration into our economies. That means connectivity, that means creating an investors climate, and that means, of course, creating new opportunities for the economy to create growth and jobs. Moreover, we have seen that the region is reaching out to us, at least 3 partner countries in the region, to engage more with us. We are ready to do that. We are engaging with everybody deeper and more who is interested. And I would also like to underline the fact that we still have quite an untapped potential in the DCFTA agreements with Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. As you may have recall, 70% of the EU acquis could be transposed in these countries under these agreements. And we encourage colleagues there and our friends there to speed that up. And that will bring immediate benefits for them. But as I told you, we are ready to engage in practical terms as well, like cooperating in roaming, to do away with roaming charges, cooperate with them in linking up their electricity grids with Europe, and so on. And I could go on, but there's quite a bit to be done, and you will see us putting a very meaningful plan, economic and investment plan, on the table for that region as well, coming up later on this summer.
Thank you. Relations with Turkey. They have reached a low point recently, both with the EU and individual member states. How do you see the path forward for the EU's relationship with Turkey?
It's a complex relation. Turkey is a strategic NATO ally, the biggest NATO ally outside the European Union in Europe. And we also see Turkey as a major actor when it comes to the region where it is. However, our relations have not been ideal, to put it mildly. On the contrary, we have seen a major escalation in our relations. We're very happy to see now the openness and the engagement from the Turkish side to de-escalate. But it cannot be just a one-off. It cannot be just an intermediate attempt to de-escalate. It has to be well-footed, mid-term, long-term. And we are ready to consider that. But of course, there are quite a number of issues we need to address. And this is what we're working on.
Thank you. Now let's move to the other part of your portfolio, the enlargement. And before I ask you about the EU perspective for the Balkans, I'd just like to ask you briefly about the one statement that you gave yesterday, I think, to Euronews that raised a lot of attention. As you said that due to unresolved issues between North Macedonia and Bulgaria, Albania might begin accession talks without North Macedonia. When asked if decoupling was an option, you replied, yes, that might be an option. Is this the position of the EU Commission or just, I mean, your personal view?
Well, I wasn't asked on a personal basis, but as a commissioner. And as a commissioner, this is what I think. And as a commissioner, I represent the point of view of the Commission. But let's go through where we are with this. First of all, point number one is that we're working on getting a solution for both North Macedonia and Albania, because we are still convinced that both of them have met all the conditions to have the first IGCs. And this is what we're working on. We still have some time left. The Portuguese presidency would like to put this issue back on the table in June, which we welcome, because we think that we have to move on. And the enlargement process cannot be hijacked by just a bilateral issue. Second, the enlargement process has always been and should always be based on merit. Now, if we want to be fair, Albania has equally met the conditions as North Macedonia. I do recall at the time when we had this discussion whether to decouple and move forward with North Macedonia and leave Albania behind, hearing this argument from the opposite angle. The point I'm making is that we have to have a solution. But if we end up in June in a situation that we have no solution for the bilateral issue between Bulgaria and North Macedonia that blocks the opening of the first IGC, we will have to, and this question will come inevitably, it's not because I put it on the table, but this will come, that we will need to reflect on the question whether or not decouple. And this question is coming. This is the only thing I made very clear.
Thank you. In your recent address at the workshop of Italy's Chamber of Deputies, I think you said, let me be clear, the European Union is the future for the Western Balkans. There is no doubt about that. As a Serb national, I'm really excited and pleased to hear your words of optimism for the Balkans. At the same time, I hold a similar level of confidence in the EU perspective here in the Balkans. So what is your message to the skeptics or those who are fatigued, both in the EU and in the Balkans?
Well, historic processes take time. So one should not think that these kind of decisions can be made overnight. But if you look back, let's say 20 years ago, and you look now where the Balkans is, we have come already a long way. Unfortunately, we missed out quite a number of years with the previous Commission. and now we're working on to recover it. What I see is that it is still the European Union which is the most important partner for these regions. Look at the trade flows, look at the level of economic integration into our economies, look at the investment rate from our companies in the region. And I still tend to believe in the polls that are made in the Western Balkans, which tells us that well over the majority of the public opinion in the whole of the Western Balkans are for EU membership. So I would argue with all those who think that we are losing ground in the Western Balkans. But this is also a difficult process with a lot of conditions that need to be met, because the EU is the role model. Now, the EU as a role model is, of course, a complex one, and it takes time until the Western Balkans is able to implement all the policies and conditions that we have. And still, in this region as well, the biggest challenge is the big difference in terms of development gap between the Balkans and Europe. If we want to convince our public, the European public, about membership of the Western Balkans, we need to help the Western Balkans to catch up with us much faster, much stronger. And this is why we've put on the table a new methodology to renew the enlargement process. This is why we have put on the table an economic and investment plan that will speed up the reforms and will speed up the closing of the economic gap of over 30 billion euros. So we are putting everything we got to the Western Balkans to make it happen. And coming back again to North Macedonia, we now need to find a solution, and we will push for a solution. And you know, when the EU is pushing for a solution, it means that we don't give up.
Thank you. We just received the question, and you can answer briefly if you can. Does the Commissioner have a specific timeline for any substantial progress on enlargement in the region?
Well, as you know, if you really want to have a useless discussion, then let's talk about the timeline when it comes to enlargement. I do remember as a Hungarian when we were discussing, is there a target date, yes or no, for the enlargement? Enlargement is not a question of target dates. Enlargement is the question of readiness, preparedness for membership. I myself made a personal commitment, and that is not a deadline, not a timeline. It bounds only me, which is that I want to work so that we have at least one of the Western Balkan partners ready to join the European Union by the end of my mandate in this commission. So basically, end of October 2024.
I really hope your dream comes true, because that's our dream as well. I'm talking about Serbia, but any country, if it goes to the EU, it will pull the rest with it. I hope so. One of the main...
I do agree with you.
Thank you. One of the main objectives of this forum is to advance a conversation on how the EU and the US can cooperate more closely on jointly faced challenges, as you know. So how do you see the US playing a constructive role in EU-led negotiations between Belgrade and Pristina?
As I said in the previous answer, for me, most important is complementarity. As you know, the EU has been entrusted by the UN General Assembly to run or lead the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. We have a special representative who is working on this tirelessly, and I try to help his work by putting all the enabling conditions in place for the dialogue to succeed. But we need the US there. The US has a very important political role to play. Our partners in the Western Balkans consider the US to be a very important point of reference. And this is why we need to cooperate with the US, and this is why we have to work together with the US to make it happen. I'm quite hopeful, having talked to the US colleagues several times, and we're constantly in contact, that we can boost the hope of success through our cooperation. For instance, the Washington Agreement, I find it an important step, but it is only an enabling step. The main driver for any successful dialogue should be the EU-led Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. And of course, we can continue talking about Bosnia and Herzegovina, where the US is also having a very important role to play, and there as well we want to cooperate. We appreciate very much the fact that now we have 3 countries in the Western Balkans being member of NATO. That couldn't have happened with the very serious engagement and continued engagement of the US. So I think we have quite a bit to work together on, quite a bit to provide in terms of future.
So expanding a little bit on transatlantic cooperation, in your area of responsibility and given all the themes that we've explored, what would be your 2 or 3 top priorities for joint US-EU engagement and cooperation that you would like to tackle with your colleagues in the new US administration?
Well, I just said 2. Belgrade-Pristina dialogue in Kosovo, Bosnia and Herzegovina and its constitutional reform coming up hopefully this year. And then we also have, of course, the Middle East peace process, where we should cooperate very closely. So I would say these 3, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. And now I just wanted also to ask one question about the Belarus, which with the crisis, which following the elections, which seems to have disappeared from the headlines, but the situation continues to be volatile and democratic forces are under severe pressure. How can the EU support the process of peaceful democratic transition, in your opinion, in Belarus?
This is a very difficult issue because it seems that the possibilities for the opposition to succeed are closing. However, we stand ready to support the civil society organizations, which we continue to do. We stand ready to support the free media so that people at least get to know what is really happening in the country. And as we have been telling, we are ready to work with a democratic Belarus, but that would require having new presidential elections and having a revised constitution that ensures the checks and balances. This is not the case, unfortunately. So we try to help with everything we got, the civil society and the media.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Várhelyi, for this fascinating discussion. And with this, I would like to turn it over to a spotlight from Federica Mogherini. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you so much, Maya. What a terrific conversation. Your presence, Maya, as a full-time council team member based in the Balkans, personifies the Atlantic Council's commitment to advancing a Europe whole and free. And thank you, Commissioner Várhelyi. Your role is central to this vision. Cooperation in the European Union's neighborhood remains a key opportunity for the transatlantic relationship. When the United States and the European Union work together, we are more effective at supporting the political and economic reforms that will bring our partners closer to us across the Western Balkans, across the Eastern Partnership countries, and across the nations around the Mediterranean. The United States and the European Union bring a set of unique assets, but also shared values and common interests to this cooperation. In 2014, it was the strength and appeal of these shared values that mobilized Ukrainians to risk life and limb on the Maidan to defend the promise of Ukraine's European future. Across Southeastern Europe, the prospect of the EU's common freedoms and common market, combined with the bond of the NATO alliance, has helped secure peace and drive reforms, focusing on a better future and putting the region's violent past in the rearview mirror. Together, the European Union and the United States can pursue and ensure a Europe whole, free, and at peace. So here at the Atlantic Council, that shared transatlantic purpose remains the inspiration behind our own work, whether it be on Ukraine, Moldova, Belarus, and the Caucasus, or it remains the impetus behind our Balkans Forward initiative and our work on convergence across North Africa and the Middle East. But even beyond Europe's immediate neighborhood, transatlantic partnership delivers political and economic results. It drives diplomatic solutions. It can help avert threats and conflicts when we're acting in unison. Someone who knows a bit about this from experience is former EU High Representative for Foreign and Security Policy, Federica Mogherini. She has just co-chaired a council effort to develop a landmark transatlantic charter on Afghanistan. I encourage you all to read it. But today I'm delighted to welcome her back as rector, back to the Atlantic Council stage to spotlight another example, putting the transatlantic relationship into action. One that would not exist had it not been for the combined, tenacious, multi-year effort of US, EU, British, German, and French diplomats and political leaders, and an issue that once again is near the top of our transatlantic agenda, Iran.
In 2015, the European Union, together with the United States and other powers in the world, managed to achieve what was, I believe, a key pillar of diplomacy, multilateralism, and non-proliferation, the nuclear deal with Iran. We have been working hard for that together, and we managed, through that agreement, to prevent Iran to achieve a nuclear weapon. We managed to prevent an escalation, a military escalation in the region. Today, the United States are back to diplomacy, are back to multilateralism, and are back also to the negotiating table to try and revive the Iran nuclear deal, bringing all parties to full compliance, including the United States. The European Union is there to help and facilitate this process. And I believe that today it is more important than ever that the European Union and the United States join efforts and work together to try and save this fundamental pillar of our security, not only in the region, in the Middle East, in the Mediterranean, in Europe, but also across the Atlantic. So I really think that this is one of the fields where transatlantic cooperation is key, again, not only for the both of us, Europe and America, but also for the security of the entire world. What we achieve together is something that we can today revive together. And I am sure and I'm confident that the United States and Europe will manage in these efforts once again.
Thank you so much, Rector Mogherini, and thank you for your driving determination on this issue. The Iran nuclear deal demonstrated the transatlantic community's ability to affect change on the global stage. But it was one of many such agreements and initiatives over the years that were brought into force because of the engagement and creative thinking in the EU-U.S. relationship.
As we heard over the last 2 days, the history of the EU-U.S. relationship is built on creative problem solving, always with our shared interests and values at the heart. The European Union itself was a creative solution to a problem. The European coal and steel community, the origin of the EU, was founded on the belief that an economic union of key industries would bring peace to a continent that had been torn apart by 2 world wars. It was a new project, unheard of in history. And now, 70 years later, the European Union is vibrant, peaceful, and prosperous. Today, the Union is writing the rules of the game in a number of sectors. We've heard about some of them this week, including digital policy, the green transition, and trade.
Thank you, Denise. We forget so much that this European Union is a peace project. The EU is now a partner of first resort for the United States, but that doesn't mean that the relationship can't grow to be more effective. We won't sugarcoat it. The EU is complex, and there are benefits to that complexity for sure, but if you're not familiar with the European Union, or you don't encounter the institutions on a regular basis, the interwoven webs of the European Commission, the European Council, the Council of the European Union, the European Parliament, not to mention the member state politics, it can be dizzying. Well, it is possible that that's intimidating. It can be confusing, but at the same time, we all know that it isn't values and institutions and treaties alone that bind us. Rather, it is the stories we shared, the people we met, the challenges we overcame together, and the common aspirations we hold on both sides of the Atlantic.
We were curious to see if this message resonated with Americans outside of the DC bubble, with Americans who do not interact with the EU on a daily basis, not as an actor in the high politics of international affairs, but rather because of their job or their colleagues in Madrid, Vienna, Stockholm, as consumers of everyday products from Europe on their grocery store shelves, as business leaders seeking opportunities, customers, suppliers in Europe's internal market, as the source of a family tradition or a heritage connection, or simply because of that pop-up while shopping online, asking them to agree to a vendor's cookie policies. So as part of the inaugural EU-U.S. Future Forum, the Atlantic Council organized a series of focus groups in locations across the United States to ask these questions. This project was supported by the EU delegation to the U.S. as a part of its effort to improve understanding of the EU and how it functions across the United States.
Our team traveled virtually, if you will, to Michigan, to Oregon, to Florida, and to Indiana. We organized these sessions with local voices that represented a wide range of sectors and levels of familiarity with the European Union to ask them, how do they see Europe? How do they see this union from where they stand? How does the US-EU relationship impact their lives?
As we concluded these groups, we worked with Morning Consult to find some quantitative data asking these same questions and to compare it to the anecdotes and interactions we had in our focus group sessions. Here to present the findings are Benjamin Haddad, Director of the Europe Center, and Kyle Drop, co-founder and president of Morning Consult.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ben Haddad, the director of the Europe Center here at the Atlantic Council. And this is a conversation on presenting the EU seen from the US. For the last few months, we, in partnership with the EU Delegation to the United States, have conducted conversations, focus groups with Americans all across the country. We've partnered with the University of Michigan, with the University of Florida, World Oregon, the World Affairs Council of Seattle and Alaska, as well as with our Millennium Leadership Fellow, Pete Seat in Indiana, to talk about how the European Union is seen in the United States. More recently, we partnered with Morning Consult, a data intelligence company that conducts millions of interviews every day on a wide range of topics coming from politics, social issues, or economics. I'm joined today for a conversation to preview the results of this consultation. Dr. Kyle Drop, who is the co-founder and president of Morning Consult. I should say that we'll spend some time talking about both the data that Morning Consult has gathered over the last few days, but also some of the things that we heard in the conversations and the focus groups across the country. This is a preview to a paper that we will soon release on how the EU is perceived by Americans and concrete prescriptions to sort of improve the understanding of the European Union among Americans. And we'll also bring to you in the next few weeks some of the voices that we have heard in those focus groups. But first, let me turn to you, Cal, so that you can run us through the results of the questions that Morning Consult has asked lots of Americans.
Wonderful to be here. And hi, Ben. We're tracking what adults globally think of the 50 largest economies, along with Europe and the European Union, of course. And so I have some brand new findings that I'd like to share here. And if we could go to slide 2 on the screen right here, I'm going to walk you through some of the highlights. So there's 2 main takeaways on this slide right here. So this is showing views toward the EU among Americans. That's this green line, and it updates every single week. And the two takeaways are: one, views toward the EU are positive and consistently positive going back to the start of the year. I would also highlight that EU favorability is on par with that of Israel and South Korea, two generally positively viewed partners of ours. And if you really break it down, about half of Americans have a positive view of the EU, about 20% have a negative view, and Democrats, for example, have a much more positive view. That's the main highlight I wanted from this slide, Ben.
Yeah, and I know we're going to dive into some of the details on the partisan divides and the issues that are more at the forefront for some of the people that you talk to. But I should say that this really confirms also the tone of the conversations that we've had. We've heard from Democrats and Republicans a positive perception of Europe, of the European Union, and the transatlantic relationship. Something that struck me is hearing people who worked in the healthcare in Indiana, for example, say that the pandemic had even heightened the sense of the importance of the EU as a partner, and that maybe many lives could have been saved if the US and the EU had worked together against COVID-19. But at the same time, we've also heard some concerns and some differences over defense spending or trade. And I'm sure we'll get back to this a little more into detail in the next few slides.
Absolutely. And if you go back to slide 2, I know that I wanted to highlight a few things on sort of the main impression of Europeans toward the US. And this is one of the most shocking, if not striking, findings that we've seen over the past 2 years. You know, when COVID started, we were seeing changes in public opinion in weeks that usually took years to manifest. But the US has seen significant gains among Europeans. The yellow line, for example, shows that from January to the present, there's been about a 50-point gain in terms of what Germans think of the United States. And that same thing applies also for what French adults think of the United States, and also what a range of other European adults think. If I so say, across the G20, every single country now has a better view of the United States today compared with 6 months ago, with the exception of China, Ben.
Yeah, and that really, I think, corresponds also to the conversation we've had over the last 3 days in our EU-U.S. Future Forum. A lot of hope and optimism over the possibilities of what we can, the transatlantic policies we can shape on a wide array of topics, but at the same time, some concerns on some disagreements that have not, of course, disappeared with the election, but at least optimism and trust that start to be rebuilt.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think if you would go to slide 6, I know that China is on a lot of people's minds. So what are some of the attitudes of Europeans and Americans toward China? What this figure shows is a combination of tens of thousands of interviews we've conducted across the world on one simple question: do you have a favorable or unfavorable view of China? On the first line, about 18% of Americans have a positive view. More than 60%, in fact, have a negative view. And that sort of negative view is shared in the United Kingdom. It's also shared in many countries in Europe. Adults in Italy and Spain tend to have a slightly more positive view. If you look among Americans, the final thing I'd say, Ben, is party drives a lot of considerations. Both Democrats and Republicans have a negative view of China, but it's felt much more acutely among Republicans.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've heard China being brought up in a lot of the conversation in the focus groups. Of course, a lot of Americans, Democrats or Republicans, see the EU as a potential strong partner when it comes to addressing some of Chinese behavior, whether on human rights or on trade policy, on security and defense issues. I would say that was really one of the issues that would come forth the most. And clearly there was a sense that the EU was a strong ally. I heard a businessman in Indiana, said it's not in the US interest if the EU falls apart. But at the same time, I would say we also heard, especially from Republican voices in Michigan, but also in Indiana, some criticism over the lack of defense spending coming from the European Union. I remember someone saying, I would give the EU an A when it comes to trade, but a C- when it comes to defense spending. So we know that these issues are still lingering, but clearly more common interests are being expressed.
Oh, absolutely. And I know another part of the polling that we did together, if you were to go to slide 7, we're looking at a lot of opportunities for US and EU partnership. So we asked a very simple question: what is the most important way in which the EU and the US can partner? And I'd say the two key kind of findings in my view on this figure, the most adults in America say they should partner on security and defense. We can talk about the interpretation of this. Maybe NATO comes up a little bit when people are thinking of Europe. Fully a quarter of Americans say on climate and the environment. That one stood out to me. And I guess if you look a little bit down, you have advancing human rights, 16%, promoting democracy, 7%. Only about 3% of Americans say the best and most important way for the EU and US to partner is around digital privacy rights. So that one really stood out to me. And we also have some really nice demographic breakouts that perhaps we can walk through in a second. But any thoughts on that, Ben?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is really interesting. First, on climate and the environment, we've heard students in Oregon or in Florida mention this and compare the green transition that is being put forward by the European Commission with the Green New Deal and the agenda today in Washington. That's something that came up very often. On advancing human rights, we heard a human rights activist in Michigan praise the work that the EU is doing, for example, on banning the death penalty across the world, including in the United States, but also raise concerns on some issues related to diversity and racism, and saying that maybe Europe still had work to do, especially compared to the debate that the United States is going through. On trade, I think we heard sometimes some very contradictory things in our conversations. Some people in the agricultural sector, talking about protectionism and being quite critical, actually, of the EU markets, while others, saying it's much easier to deal with the EU as a common integrated single market than as a bunch of smaller isolated markets. So a lot of really interesting conversation, I think, there, and some understanding of what the EU is doing on privacy rights, especially on GDPR. But sometimes, especially from business voices, I would say we heard some negative and critical comments. So that was very interesting too.
Absolutely. And to build on that, if you were to go ahead to slide 8, we took that same question about the best way for the EU and the US to partner, and we broke it down by generations and by parties. And this one is quite striking to me. We're interviewing millions of Gen Z, younger adults in America, and their view toward just about everything is quite different from boomers. And that is the case here. For example, I would point out that adults under 35, many of them say that the partnership should focus on advancing human rights, 25%, compared with only a few senior adults. And then if you looked at Democrats versus Republicans, Democrats are 3 times as likely to say that the EU and the US should partner with respect to the environment. And then on the flip side, Republicans are twice as likely as Democrats to talk about security and defense. So there's myriad differences in terms of what people think the proper relationship should be. That is what average Americans think should be the proper relationship and engagement for the EU. And I should also note that we're tracking this in all the economies, so we could also compare that in the follow-up paper or for future conversations, Ben.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. And I think, to be blunt, that should remind us that we also started this work, obviously, under a very different administration that sometimes had a hostile rhetoric towards the European Union. And our purpose in doing this exercise was precisely to ask ourselves, how can we talk about the transatlantic relationship and the relationship with the European Union to broader spectrums of Americans and Europeans beyond our respective beltways of Washington, D.C., Brussels, and national capitals? How do we make sure that it resonates into daily lives, that it strikes at the hearts of the interest and values of the wider groups. And so I think the way you break it down here between Republicans and Democrats shows that there's clearly areas of convergence and cooperation with both political parties.
Yeah, and I think that's consistent with everything we're doing in polling. Some of the most interesting projects we run compare what more influential or Americans with a higher level of resources compare with average Americans. And obviously you want everybody to be on your side, but sometimes you see huge differences across the board. So we're grateful for the partnership with the Atlantic Council, and we think we'll hopefully continue to advance the understanding of all of these key topics. If I could put a plug in too, I mean, we of course also have other good information on views toward world leaders around the globe, key threats all around the world, including EU. And so, I'm excited to continue the conversation.
Yeah, advance the understanding. That's what Secretary Albright said on the first day in the opening of the conference is to improve the understanding of the European Union. This is why we conducted all these conversations. And let's be honest, we saw that there's still a lot of work to be done to explain even how the European Union functions. That's something that needs to be done on both sides of the Atlantic, I would say, but we'll continue to be doing it here at the Atlantic Council in the coming months and years. Cal, thank you so much. This is really interesting. And once again, as I said, it's only a preview, and we'll be releasing more of this data and the excerpts of our conversation in the coming months in a paper and another public conversation. Thank you.
Hey, privileged to be here, and talk to you soon.
Thanks so much to you both, Ben and Kyle. It's fascinating to see how the conversations in our focus groups compare with data you've outlined. We've spent a lot of time with you all this week exploring the EU-U.S. relationship, celebrating our shared history and past successes, and hosting frank dialogues and conversations between Europeans and Americans. We've discussed where we are in sync, where we can move forward, and the practical steps to be transformational as we prepare for a post-pandemic world. But this is, of course, the EU-U.S. Future Forum. Everything we've discussed at the forum has been with an eye on the future of the EU-U.S. relationship. Where are we headed together? I'm thrilled to welcome our next guest, Ambassador Wendy Sherman, the U.S. Deputy Secretary of State, who will close out our forum with a dialogue about the next transatlantic decade. After her conversation with Europe Center Director Ben Haddad, you'll come right back to the studio here where Damon Wilson and Maria Belovas of the EU Delegation will recap the highlights of the past 3 days and wrap up the EU-U.S. Future Forum. It's been an honor to be here with you today and follow these exciting conversations. And now over to Ben to introduce our final distinguished guest.
Hi, everyone. I am delighted to be joined by Ambassador Wendy Sherman, Deputy Secretary of State of the United States, to close our 3 days of EU-U.S. Future Forum to talk about the Biden administration's priorities for its relations with the European Union. Ambassador Sherman, thank you so much for joining us. I should say first, congratulations on your recent confirmation. There's a lot of work to be done, and we'll talk about this today. I want to first ask you, obviously President Biden has put alliances at the center of his international message. This was an important message during the campaign in the first few months of his presidency. He will be going to Brussels in June as part of his first international trip. What is the message that he will bring to his European allies?
Well, first of all, thank you, Ben, for this conversation today, and congratulations to the Atlantic Council on this US-EU forum. I looked through the program. It's been just an extraordinary series of conversations, and it speaks to the point you're making, which is that President Biden, Secretary Blinken, have put alliances and partnerships at the center of our foreign policy. It is critical to our national security. We know that the United States is a leader in the world, but we want to lead with partners. We want to lead with the strong alliance we have with Europe. We want to reinvest and are reinvesting in the transatlantic relationship. And as you point out, President Biden's first overseas trip will be to the UK and to Brussels, Belgium. He will be engaged in conversations with NATO He will be engaged with conversations with the G7 and with his EU counterparts. He is going to come with a message about how important the strength of this alliance is, how we have so much work to do together and are doing, whether it's on COVID-19, climate, how we're dealing with other great powers in the world, how we are building the digital economy of the future, how we are recovering from COVID-19, how we're dealing with all of the security issues in front of us. We are stronger together. The Secretary has said, the President has said, we want to build back better, and we want to build back better with Europe.
Build back better with Europe. Ambassador Sherman, you laid out already a lot of the topics that we'll talk through in this conversation. I want to ask you maybe more strategically, what is the President's vision for his relation with Europe and the role that Europe can play in the transatlantic relationship? In the last few years, obviously, the question of burden sharing has been central in the conversation. We hear European leaders talking about Europe asserting its strategic autonomy and being a sort of more responsible actor on the global stage. How do you envision the EU's role in the transatlantic relationship?
Well, the President and the Secretary of State always welcome thinking, ideas, assertiveness. We are delighted that Europe and each country wants to be a leader on the world stage and join with us. You know, our interests won't always align, though they pretty much do, but our values are absolutely in alignment. And so whether it is dealing with the PRC, the People's Republic of China, whether it's dealing with Russian aggression or trying to find a pathway with each of the countries, whether it is working to deal with human rights or with this incredible pandemic that we are all working so hard on together, we will do it better if we do it together. And I know you're going to hear that refrain from me again and again today, because it really is central. Whether we are together the strongest world economy, we can decide what will happen to the future of democracy. We can together make sure that we have security, that we look ahead to the climate challenge that we all are facing together. And if we, in fact, think together, act together, even where we may diverge from time to time on any specific detail or issue, the overall top lines are the same. And I think we saw that in Secretary Blinken's just returning from the G7 ministerial meeting, where there was an incredibly strong communique on all of these issues, where there was amazing solidarity to move forward to take on all of these challenges. So yes, we want to share the burden. We can't do it alone. We appreciate we can't do it alone. Where NATO is concerned, we want Europe to meet its Wales pledges country by country. But burden sharing is also about working together to build the capabilities of NATO, to build the future deterrence and defensive capabilities of NATO, to look to the emerging technologies and think about what we need for NATO and to do it together.
You mentioned, of course, the question of China, which has really permeated all of our conversation in the last 3 days, from trade to the question of digital privacy, human rights, security, and defense. The EU has called China a systemic rival, but is also going through a heated debate over the negotiation of the investment agreement with China. How do you envision the cooperation with the European Union when it comes to addressing Chinese behavior?
Well, I think we saw in the G7 ministerial great alignment on the importance of looking at China in 3 different dimensions. Areas where we must compete as we look to the future and we look to artificial intelligence and quantum computing and the changes in the digital economy, things that none of us can even imagine today. We really need to do it together, and we have to ensure that the West, that the United States and Europe can compete in a very productive way to ensure that we have jobs for our working and middle class. President Biden, Secretary Blinken have said that for America, We have to make sure that the middle class and our working class are at the center of all we do. And I know that's the same for European leaders, because we want to make sure we can have the jobs of the future and have a future that underpins our values. Secondly, we know that there are areas where we need to cooperate with China, whether it is climate or even global health, in some of the security dimensions of nuclear arms. We need to find areas of cooperation because we have issues that cross boundaries. And so every country, and certainly a country as large and as important as China, has to be part of that future vision. And then there will be areas where we will be adversarial rivals, where we will have to challenge China, what it does in the South China Sea, what it does on human rights. You know, when Europe and the United States work together to speak out about the takeover of Hong Kong, when we have spoken together, when the United States put in place our Global Magnitsky Act to bring sanctions against China for its actions against the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, Europe joined with America. America joined with Europe, and we were much more powerful in that statement about the value of human rights because we did it together.
Yeah. One of the priorities of the European Union, obviously, is defending multilateralism and multilateral cooperation within international organizations. In the last few years, we had seen the United States desert some of the multilateral fora like the WHO, WTO. One of the first decisions of President Biden was to reintegrate the World Health Organization. I want to ask you, how do you see the cooperation with the EU in these international organizations? And more importantly, how can we make sure that they effectively deliver results?
Excellent question. I would urge everyone to look at Secretary Blinken's statement on multilateralism at a session that China led this morning, since they're president of the UN Security Council at the moment. It was a very vigorous debate about multilateralism, with the secretary pointing out the importance of us working together, the importance of international institutions, and the need for reform as well. We are delighted to be back in the world community. President Biden re-entered the Climate Paris Agreement on day one of his administration. We are not going to leave the World Health Organization. We are up for election, as I think everyone knows, and very grateful to Italy and to others who have supported us in running for election to the Human Rights Council for the 22-24 term. We want to re-engage in the world and work with others. America needs to take its rightful place as a leader in the world, but not as a leader alone, with other leaders to tackle what are very tough challenges for all of us ahead. So we're glad to be back, and we're glad to be working with Europe to address these very difficult challenges.
One of these difficult challenges is an issue that you know very well because you were at the forefront of negotiating the JCPOA under the Obama administration. Obviously, this is a key priority for Europeans who have stayed within the JCPOA in the last a few years. How do you see the negotiations with Iran going over the nuclear program? Do you see any progress and any reason for hope in the near future?
Well, first of all, I know that you had Federica Mogherini, the former High Representative of the European Union, speak about the JCPOA, and I want to acknowledge how critical she was to coming to terms with that agreement the first time round. And then I want to thank our European partners who are really leading the way on this subsequent negotiation to get compliance for compliance and re-enter the JCPOA and then build on it to be longer, stronger, better, to address all of the other issues of concern to all of us in terms of Iran's behavior in the region, its ballistic missiles, its weapons trade, its human rights in its own country and around the world. And of course, we have great concerns, as have other countries, including our British colleagues, about British citizens, American citizens who are unjustly detained in Iran and are currently imprisoned. So there is a lot that we have to address here, and Europe has been at the forefront. As you know, the talks are indirect with the United States, Our team is in one hotel, and Europe, Russia, China, and the Iranians are in another hotel, and the Europeans are really shuttling back and forth to try to help get to a place that's important. There's been some progress made, but there's still a long way to go on this. I am hopeful that we can reach an understanding so that the IAEA technical agreement that expires with Iran at the end of May can be extended. I'm hopeful that we make enough progress that it can stand as the Iranian election gets underway in June. I don't know if we can get to a compliance for compliance agreement and an agreement to continue discussions past that by the deadline of their election. But I thank Europe for their extraordinary work in trying to move forward. I also want to give a shout out to our British colleagues who are working with us and with others to address the detainees. Again, we all are working very hard to try to free our citizens who are unjustly detained, and in the case of the United States, to gain more information about what has happened to Robert Levinson, who has been gone for so long from his family. These are all very tough issues, and it is only because we work together that we can make progress. So I'm very grateful to Europe for its help in this regard.
Thank you. Let me stay in the Middle East. I want to ask you about Turkey. We've seen rising tensions between the European Union and Turkey over recent years. After Turkish intervention in northeast Syria, Turkish behavior obviously in the Eastern Mediterranean, challenging Greek and Cypriot sovereignty. President Biden has also had, I think, pretty strong words about rising illiberalism in the Turkish political system. What do you expect from the relation with Turkey in the next few years and President Erdogan? And how do you see also room for partnership with the European Union in addressing Turkish behavior?
Well, look, Ben, there's no question that Turkey is a valued and important partner in NATO. And they have been a partner in many of the issues that we're trying to resolve in the Middle East, including Syria, of course, where it is complicated and difficult, but they have important interests as well. So Turkey is important to NATO and to our forward action. At the same time, as you point out, President Biden has said he will call out undemocratic action when he sees it, abuses of human rights, concerns about the constriction of democratic space in Turkey. He has done so. We will do so. We will continue dialogue with Turkey as Europe has to, in fact, try to help Turkey move to a better and more democratic future. Turkey is an enormous country with a growing middle class and a growing population that is engaged all over the world. Strong ties, particularly with Germany, of course, because of history and of that special relationship. So I think it is a complex relationship, but one that we have to acknowledge is important, valued, and at the same time, we need to call out the undemocratic space and try to dialogue with Turkey to help make a difference and to bolster civil society in Turkey so that, in fact, there is a voice within Turkey itself about its own future.
We've heard the administration signal its concern over Russian growing troops at the border with Ukraine in recent months. I want to ask you about what the priorities are for the administration in its relation with Russia. President Biden has announced his intention to meet with President Putin. And what do you envision here, a partnership with the European Union in addressing Russian aggression?
I think you heard Secretary Blinken yesterday in an interview with Andrea Mitchell from Kyiv, Ukraine, which he was visiting, and talking about how on one hand, of course, There is Russian aggression. We have seen that in the troop buildup and the weapons buildup on the border with Ukraine. Russia has moved back from its highest level of military troops, but I think we're all wary about where the future might be. And the United States with Europe has not been hesitant about sanctioning Russia where we must be concerned, whether that is going back to the poisoning of in Skripal in the UK, whether it is the poisoning of Navalny and the current prison treatment of Navalny, not giving him access to independent medical doctors, in fact, letting him out of prison. We have seen that in a lot of ways, that they have constrained space and that they have taken aggressive actions. On the other hand, we want to maintain a dialogue with Russia. We have extended the New START agreement. That is very important. Russia and the United States are the largest holders of nuclear weapons, and so strategic stability is critical. I know that Europe believes that as well, and in fact, Russia is on Europe's border and doorstep even more than it is on the United States. So it's very important for us to learn from Europe. I think the OSCE has played an important role in trying to move forward in creating stability. I know that we are also working with Russia where the Arctic is concerned. Before the end of this month, there will be an Arctic Council meeting. Secretary Blinken will be attending that. And we have a lot of common issues that we have to work on with Russia. We were very glad, by the way, to see at the Leaders Summit on Climate that both President Putin and President Xi attended and engaged on that issue. So it is a multifaceted relationship. And I want to say very clearly, our effort is not to either contain Russia or to contain China. They are sovereign nations who want to have a place in the world. We just want to make sure that that place is not one of aggression. It is not a place where human rights are abused. We want to make sure that the rules-based order that we have all worked so hard to construct is followed, that there is a level playing field. I should have acknowledged earlier that the U.S. and the EU are going to kick off the U.S.-EU dialogue on China. The EEAS Secretary General Stefano Sannino and I will kick off that dialogue for the first time later this month. So we've got a lot of work to do, both with these great powers, Russia and China. They are complex in both cases, but it is important that we do this in a way where we are both looking at the things that are problematic, we are competing effectively, and we are cooperating where it is in our interest to do so.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that because it's very interesting. You mentioned the climate summit recently where the United States made very ambitious commitments to fighting climate change. How do you balance precisely this necessary cooperation on the fight against climate change, which is a priority for both the European Union and the United States, with the necessity to push back against malign behavior from both Russia or China?
Russia and China came to the climate summit because it's in their interest to do so. Their own citizens are victims of the change in climate. They understand that we're going to see climate migrants as the weather heats up in some places and perhaps gets colder in others. They understand that the global pandemic that we're seeing is probably in some measure connected to climate change. They see this as they're in their own interest. And so we should take advantage of that reality and work together on solving this problem. It cannot be solved by any one country alone. Air moves, changes in climate move, use of fossil fuels affects all of us wherever it occurs. We all want to make sure that those of our citizens whose jobs rely on fossil fuels have a pathway to the future, have a way to get retrained or find good jobs in renewables, that economies are not completely disrupted by the changes that we're all going to have to adapt to going forward. So I think you see Russia and China at these tables because it's in their interest. So they will cooperate because they must, we all must, and that will not keep us from challenging and competing with them where we must as well.
You mentioned the US-EU dialogue on China that you will have with your EES counterparts. One of the areas where Europe has led is really on the question of digital issues, from fighting harmful online content to ensuring privacy. I want to ask you, where do you see potential convergence between the United States and the European Union on these digital issues, and how do they matter precisely on having this dialogue on global issues and on China?
Really good question, Ben. You know, emerging technologies are just at the core of our imagining the future. We're doing work here at the State Department to really look ahead to the next decade. What capabilities do we need? What do we need to do to be able to compete effectively? How does this affect our diplomacy going forward? Europe is doing the same thing, and although there may be some details on which we have differences, what we have in common is much greater than any differences that we might have. We believe in the importance of transatlantic data flows. We believe that the digital economy the future is here, that we both believe in the importance of privacy. We believe that information is a democratic tool, but we have to fight against disinformation, and we have to make sure that we are able to manage the extraordinary amount of disinformation that certainly here in the United States has affected our election environment as it has in many European countries. So our values, our principles around the digital economy, about emerging technologies, are in common with each other. And so what we will have to work on is the details, about which we have some differences because we are different societies with different needs and different interests, but the commonalities are very great among us. And I believe that we will be able to move forward together. And we will not be able to compete with China unless we work together on these issues. We make sure that Chinese technology does not become part of our systems so that China has access to our data, can use surveillance techniques, can really control the world economy. We are in a competition, and we can win this competition, but it'll take a lot of work with Europe to do so.
A lot of work indeed. I want to ask you one last question about COVID recovery. In the last few days, one of the issues that we discussed the most with our guest was President Biden's proposal to lift the patent on vaccines to ensure widespread vaccination against COVID around the world. One of the things that we heard the most from our European counterparts was the question of export control and ensuring export of vaccine doses from the United States and elsewhere around the world. I'd like to ask you, what is the plan? What are the plans of the administration when it comes to ensuring worldwide access to the vaccine?
So I think you heard President Biden say that he is committed to sharing our AstraZeneca doses with the world. We have one tranche of doses that will, we hope, soon be ready once our FDA, our Food and Drug Administration, says they are safe, because we certainly don't want to export anything that is unsafe. And as some people know, we had a problem with one of our plants. So we want to make sure that these doses are safe. They will be available. He believes that over the coming months, there will be as many as 60 million doses of AstraZeneca available, and we will distribute those throughout the world. I quite agree with our European colleagues that getting vaccines out into the world is quite critical. We all need to encourage all of the pharmaceutical manufacturers to increase their production as much as possible, to provide vaccines at cost, if not through nonprofits, particularly in the developing world. The president made this decision to ask our USTR, our trade representative, to go to the WTO to see if, in fact, a temporary lift of patents might help production increase. As you know, this decision will take some time at the WTO, and then ramping up will take some time. But the COVID crisis is devastating to everyone, to the world economy. We have seen what has happened in India over the last days, and my condolences, my heartfelt, deep concern for everyone in India who has a family member who is sick or who has lost their life. We indeed have lost some of our team in India. I'm sure that is true for other embassies as well. So this is a crisis that moves around the world. These mutations move around the world. So yes, it is critical for us to vaccinate our own citizens and protect them. And the President Biden made that a first priority, but he well understands, Secretary Blinken well understands, and there was a lot of discussion at the G7 ministerial about this, that we have to lead in getting vaccines to the world, or it'll come right back to those of us who have had the privilege and the possibility of vaccinating our citizens in the first instance. So this COVID crisis and challenge is not over. Even if we get to herd immunity in our own populations, we have to help the rest of the world get there. The United States is a leader in doing that, and doing so with Europe. Together with Europe, we have pledged $45 billion to this effort. The United States alone has made the single biggest contribution through Gavi to COVAX, $2 billion, and another $2 billion through 2022. There is a lot of work left to do. This was high on the list of discussions at the G7 ministerial. I'm sure it will be at the G7 leaders meeting, just as it has been in the Atlantic Council's EU-U.S. forum. It is an enormous challenge for all of us, and we must meet it.
An enormous challenge, and there's a lot of work to do together with this. Ambassador Sherman, I really want to thank you for your time for this very ambitious tour d'horizon, and wish you good luck for the next few years in partnership with our EU friends.
Thank you. It's been great to be with you, and congratulations again to this tremendous forum that the Atlantic Council has put on. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a fantastic tour de force. Thank you, Ben, for that wide-ranging interview. And thank you, Ambassador Sherman, for your clear, principled message. We were delighted to have you serve on the Atlantic Council board, and now we are so pleased to see you serving our nation as Deputy Secretary of State. What a fitting way to conclude our three-day EU-U.S. Future Forum. It was such a pleasure for us at the Atlantic Council to organize this gathering alongside our friends at the EU delegation to the United States. They have been true partners every step of the way. And so now I'm joined in the Atlantic Council studio by Maria Belovis, the spokesperson and head of press and public diplomacy for the EU delegation. She'll join me in providing some closing words to the conference, but Maria has been central to this effort, present at the creation, if you will, when we conjured up this idea with Ambassador Lambrinidis.
Thank you, Damon. It is an honor to share the stage with you to conclude this exciting event. Our goal in organizing this forum was to gather notable voices from both sides of the Atlantic and to provide a platform for dialogue among a variety of viewpoints on key topics in the EU-U.S. relationship. We explored the transatlantic relationship's impact in the past and elaborated on its many potentials for the future. Over 3 days of programming, we featured more than 70 European and American officials, experts, and thought leaders, representatives from government, business, academia, and media, and many other remarkable contributors.
Indeed, Maria. Yes, together they touched on topics ranging from COVID recovery, trade in China, to climate, space, and global security, and so much more. And through these discussions, we heard a variety of approaches and strategies, certainly spotlighting some differences at times, but at the end, underscoring one common theme, a theme we heard from the Atlantic Council CEO, Fred Kemp, and from the EU ambassador, Ambassador Lambrinidis, stated at the opening of this. The European Union and the United States are stronger when we act together.
Indeed, Damon. I think that the conversations throughout the conference really reinforced this message. I can't think of an issue that the EU or the US would be better off facing without each other's support. So if you are looking for one takeaway from this wide array of conversations, I suggest you go with Stronger Together.
Indeed, Maria, that sounds a lot like the Atlantic Council's our Stronger with Allies, Stronger with Partners. It's our guiding motto for much of our work, for our Europe work and across the Council. So originally, this forum was set to take place last year, but that was pushed to this year for obvious reasons. However, last year was also an important time for transatlantic dialogue. The European Commission had a new president. The United States was entering a pivotal election. And the European Union was celebrating the 70th anniversary of the signing of the Schuman Declaration, the origins of what we're celebrating today. And so here we are, 1 year later, and the sense of urgency for cooperation between the European Union and the United States remains. When we can work together, we can solve big problems. When we don't work together, the prospects of success diminish. So no matter the time, no matter the place, the transatlantic relationship is always central to our ability to be a force for good in the world.
I couldn't agree more, Damon. Now back to the Future Forum. In case you missed any of the 14 hours of programming over the past 3 mornings, everything is available on the Atlantic Council website at atlanticcouncil.org. There, you will also find transcripts of various sessions, clips of specific dialogues, written reflections, and further information on our panelists, the Atlantic Council, and the EU Delegation. You can also find more on the EU Delegation's programs and events at EU-U.S.org. And allow me to use this opportunity to invite you to join us, the EU Delegation, and our member state embassies for a virtual concert in real time featuring performances from across the European Union. This takes place tomorrow, Saturday, May 8th at 5 p.m. Eastern, and will certainly be a fun kickoff to Europe Day celebrations. Find more information on our Facebook page, EU in the US. On behalf of our delegation, I want to thank all of our speakers and moderators for taking the time to participate in these important dialogues. And I want to thank the Atlantic Council and their team for their collaboration in making this historic conference successful.
And Maria, I'd like to express the same sentiments, the same gratitude to the team at the EU Delegation. It's been a wonderful educational experience for us. But most of all, we hope it's been informative, impactful, and yes, even inspirational for you, those Americans and European citizens watching today. After all, in democratic societies like our own, our citizens are in charge. They shape our politics, our choices. They make possible extraordinary innovations and solutions. So be sure to join all of our future events by following us at Atlantic Council and at EU in the US, and continue the discussion from this forum online using the hashtag EUFF2021. Don't forget to join the concert that Maria mentioned. What a wonderful crescendo and finale. And with that, we conclude the EU-US Future Forum. Good day to our friends in the United States. Good evening to our friends in Europe, and a happy Europe Day to everyone.